is 8 o'clock. I believe we have the auditor zooming in. There are the remainder of the board here. Without objection, you may proceed.
All right, thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and board. We've noticed the public of the order of proceedings today, and that will start with the Board of Land Commissioners, then move into the State Loan and Investment Board, then the Board of Deposits, and then consider state investment matters. So, Mr. Chairman, it would be appropriate for you to convene in your capacity as the State Board of Land Commissioners at this time.
Thank you. We will convene. Good morning, Madam Auditor. Good to see you. Let's check your audio.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? I can hear you.
We can.
Great.
Very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's State Board of Land Commissioners meeting has been properly noticed as a regular meeting. The first item on the agenda is consideration of the October 3rd, 2024 regular meeting minutes and the November 7th, 2024 special meeting minutes.
Members of the board, you've had a chance to review the meeting minutes. You can take these one by one or take them at both if there are not any corrections or changes. If there are none, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, would move to approve the October 3rd State Board of Land Commissioners meeting minutes.
The October 3rd minutes have been moved for approval. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. And any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I would entertain a motion for the October 28th special meeting.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I presume you mean November 7th, is that correct?
No. Yeah, that's correct. I'm sorry.
No, okay. Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of the November 7th State Board of Land Commissioners special meeting minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries. Interim Director, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we have provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add at this time, but would stand for any questions.
Are there any questions on the matters behind tab B? If there are none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, noting that we have provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of you individually prior to the meeting, at this time I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would like.
Interim Director, we have a request for public comment, and I just wanted to make sure that we understood on what matter. For the young lady in the, is there a matter that you wish to address? Do you know which item on the list it is, or? Okay, we're about to do a consent list, and so if the matter is there, just indicate. I know this is a little bit out of order, and I apologize, but I just want to make sure you honor your request. So, please proceed, Interim Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The following matters are amenable for treatment on a consent list. Matters C2, matters E1 through E8, matters F1 through F6, G1 through G7, H1, and H2.
Interim Director, that seems to comport more with the Board of Land Commissioners than.
Mr. Chairman, that's what we're in as Board of Land Commissioners, yes.
Started putting this little box in the upper right-hand corner.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I'm out of order here. Thanks very much. Please. Is there a motion for the consent list?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple things I want to remove. I want to remove
Okay.
G1 and G2.
G1 and 2.
be helpful if we could get these in advance, the consent list.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to create the following consent list: C2, E1 through E8, F1 through F6, G3 through G7, H1, and H2.
And
Is there support for the
Mr. Chairman, I'd like
superintendent?
to remove G1 and G2.
Right, they
She
were
did.
removed.
I thought you said G1 through G7.
No, no.
G3.
G3.
Okay.
Thanks. Is there support for the motion for the superintendent's consent list?
Second.
Been seconded by the auditor. So we have a consent list in front of us, C2, E1 through E8, F1 through F6, G3 through G7, H1, and H2. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. I would now entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendations on items C2, E1 through E8, F1 through F6, G3 through G7, H1, and H2.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman, I would just note recusal on oil and gas lease auction, any related to Kirkwood Oil and Gas, not because of any conflict whatsoever, but because of possible conceived conflict. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next item on your agenda is State Forester Kelly Norris, who's online for the Forestry and Fire Report.
Madam Forrester, good to see you.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
All right.
Please proceed. Oh, you're frozen. Forrester Norris, you may want to turn off your video. That may help with the connection. I think she may be trying to log back in. Let's give her a moment.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Okay, sorry. Our internet here in Casper is not the best, so I will proceed. So good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I appreciate the time to provide you a state forestry update. My apologies for not being there in person, as
Oh, no.
and in preparation for next year.
Ms.
Speaking of wildfires,
Ms. Norris,
can you
we
hear me?
missed the first part of your comment, so.
Okay, can you hear me still?
We can.
So
Oh, this is frustrating. Okay.
five next to Wheatland just yesterday. And it is a great reminder that conditions are still very dry in certain areas of the state. And we still have a few counties here that are under fire restrictions. Okay, I'm breaking up a lot and I am called in. I will try calling in again.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Ms. Norris, if you're, looks like you may be, online, but you are muted if you are.
I am on. Can you hear me?
We can now.
Yay. Okay, let's try this. We'll try it one more time. All right. I want to make sure you understand I am in Casper at the 64th Annual Wyoming Rural Fire Meeting today and tomorrow. This meeting is bringing together all of our 23 fire wardens across Wyoming, including our federal agency fire leadership and state forestry. And this is our meeting where we coordinate post-wildfire season and prepare for next fire season. And speaking of wildfire seasons, we have still continued in the month of October to have quite a few fires. Currently, fire season has slowed down substantially, but fires have occurred in November and into December. For example, there was a fire just yesterday along I-25 next to Wheatland, and this is a great reminder that conditions are still very dry in certain areas of the state. And we still have a few counties in Wyoming under fire restrictions in December. The 2024 fire year was well above average. From our mid-November numbers, Wyoming is currently reporting over 2,020 fires for 850,425 acres across all lands in Wyoming. Out of that 850,000 acreage, 83% of those fires being reported are on state and private lands, with 70% of that being burned on those lands. So the total numbers that were coming in at mid-November was 1,679 fires on state and private lands for 596,000 acres and 922. So a substantial amount. So these numbers of fires and acreage burned is higher than any of our previous largest fire seasons. And the only historically known fire season like this that comes close to these numbers occurred in 1988, the year Yellowstone and the greater area of Yellowstone had numerous large wildfires. There is a total of 24 emergency fire suppression account fires in 13 counties. The estimated suppression cost for these fires totaled roughly $103.3 million, and the estimated EFSA, or Emergency Fire Suppression Account fire cost share responsibilities, are approximately $55 million.
This means all the funds within the emergency fire suppression account have been obligated. And we have been working closely with the budget and governor's offices to access the legislative stabilization reserve account to cover the costs incurred from fire suppression that are beyond what has already been obligated from the emergency fire suppression account. As intended, the fire borrowing will directly support the cost of firefighting efforts and related resources, ensuring safety and protection of our citizens and natural resources. State Forestry's helicopter operations had the busiest season to date. There were days when Helitac responded to 3 or 4 fires during an operational period. The program typically has a 120-day contract, and that was extended to 154 days into the end of October. And even on their last day, they were still helping support responding to fires. The helicopter responded to 76 initial attack missions, had record flight hours of 248.9 hours, and had 19 different detailers or federal, county, state folks that joined the Helitac program throughout the summer. State Forestry's 2 single-engine air tankers, or seats, operated out of the new Casper Tanker Base at Casper International Airport. The Casper Tanker Base is operated by Wyoming Bureau of Land Management and is staffed by personnel from surrounding states. The seats also utilized other seat bases in Worland, Rock Springs, Hot Springs, South Dakota, and Montana, and in Montana, Billings. The seats responded to 53 wildfires this year, completed 190 drops, and from those drops, delivered 444 gallons of retardant onto fires in Wyoming. As for our smoke busters, or the inmate hand crew, 2024 was the busiest fire season since 2017, with 31 wildfire assignments within 9 different counties. Wyoming has not lost a life, civilian or firefighter through this fire season, as many other states cannot claim the same. And I know I've said this at our last board meeting, but I cannot praise enough our hardworking state forestry staff for their dedication to Wyoming. I'm also incredibly grateful to Wyoming's county fire districts and departments who have been responding tirelessly to the wildfire calls. And we could not have been as successful as we were this year without the support and cooperation from Wyoming BLM and Forest Service, who really did help coordinate and provide necessary aviation, equipment, and firefighter resources. I'm going to move on quickly to a staffing update. State Forestry has been busy filling positions. We will be filling a senior grants manager position that will begin at the beginning of this next year. We have also provided an offer and will be finalizing an assistant district forester out of Lyman in the Bridger Valley for District 4. Again, beginning at the beginning of next year. We have a Good Neighbor Authority forester be starting out of DuBois in the Shoshone to work on the Shoshone Forest. We are completing interviews for the Pinedale Good Neighbor Authority position and hope to begin that position soon, and are also trying to fill and finalize a position, Good Neighbor Authority position in Buffalo. We've also filled a fire administration support position here in Cheyenne to help support all the fire billing that has been occurring over this fire season lately. Lastly, I do want to give the board a National Forest Service policy and forest plan revision update. First of all, the National Old Growth Plan Amendment implementation has been put on hold. The U.S. Forest Service National Leadership Team that led this initiative have listened to the concerns in the comment letters from Wyoming and other states over the rushed amendment. If there are any changes to this direction or further developments that occur, I will keep the board updated. Thank you to the Wyoming County Commissioners, conservation districts, and state agencies for their efforts in helping to stop the amendment that would have changed all of our forest plans from national amendments rather than working through the local level. And when speaking about local level forest plan revisions, the Bridger-Teton is going to be releasing their draft assessment to the public early next year. Forest Supervisor Chad Hudson has been engaging state agencies, county commissioners, and conservation districts already at the very start of this process and continues to keep us all engaged as we start the Bridger-Teton National Forest Plan revision. The Black Hills National Forest is on schedule to release their LiDAR data in spring of 2025. With the final data becoming available, it is expected that Forest Supervisor Sean Cochran will begin the actual planning phase of the forest plan revision next summer. And with that, I'm going to end my presentation and open it up to any questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Forrester. Are there questions? Questions from the board? Mr. Treasurer.
Do you feel, Kelly, that with the change of this administration, that there might be some flexibilities returning that you used to have 4 years ago? And I'm just wondering if there's any way that we can make some of the flexibility that we've had and maybe to increase it and make it permanent, and how we might go about that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer. That's a good question. I think with the new administration, they're going to be really focused on going back to supporting the states and working with us together as a team. I think we're going to be making a real push for invigorating more funding into the Good Neighbor Authority programs, working in partnership with state agencies to get more work done on the ground. I think there's going to be, a real focus on that and the wildfire crisis. We've made it really clear. We have a lot to work on with that, with our federal partners, and we want to make some really strong strides in those efforts. So I do think they're going to be looking at efficiencies with this administration and looking at where we can really start boots on the ground making a difference.
Follow up. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm concerned also about the commercialization of our forests and trying to get them healthier for the long term, so we don't get ourselves in this kind of behind the eight ball where we are now with all the fuel that's in the forest. I'm just trying to figure out if there is a path to commercialization again in Wyoming and where we get some of our imports for our mills and different things from, Oregon and Washington.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think as we change administrations, there is going to be much more opportunity to be looking at exactly what you're talking about. I think right now they're in a pretty big transition. We don't know who leadership is going to be at certain levels and what their backgrounds are going to be yet. Once we have more of those decisions in place, I think Wyoming, myself and many of the leadership in Wyoming will be reaching out and starting to work just like with industry to have these type of conversations to move us forward.
Mr. Chairman, I guess a brief follow-up. I would hope that when we start moving into this other era of flexibility, if there's some way that think about contemplating figuring out how to make these changes permanent rather than having to go one way with one administration and back the other way with another one, whether it's through legislative arena or otherwise. But I think that if we get a chance to make something permanent, so we don't have this I guess froth in our Forest Service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer, for the comment. Kelly, one final thought. I want to thank you and your team. I think you in particular, I think combined with efforts from the state, were able to retain assets, particularly on the elk fire when they were being called off. And I just want to thank you for having the good wisdom that I know from talking to some fellow governors, there was a lot more frustration in other states. And so thank you for your coordination. And lastly, I would ask just your thoughts a little bit on what we're going to do for reclamation, particularly on the elk fire. There's watersheds, and then I know Game and Fish has got efforts going. to reestablish forage on their game units.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, there is quite a bit of reclamation ahead of us. We are closing in, as you heard me note, close to 600,000 acres on state and private lands. There was some significant rehab immediately that we've been working through and trying to overcome, which is all the heavy equipment that was utilized out on these lands. Post-wildfire now, just like the chairman brought up, is what are we going to do in the municipal watersheds? There was, in the Elk Fire, multiple watersheds, municipality watersheds that were affected from this wildfire. It's going to affect Dayton and Ranchester's water, as well as Sheridan and Bighorn. And there's been studies looking at what those impacts can be. Some of that is really going to be unknown because it's going to take a couple years, but there is going to be costs associated with the rehab work that is ahead of us. There's going to be reseeding, replanting. There's probably quite a bit of work that needs to be done in mitigation with fences, and as well as just repair in particular as these lands get impacted with the moisture and the spring runoff and all the things with erosion that's going to occur, as well as the infrastructure and facilities that are providing water. And so, yes, there's going to be quite a bit of work. There is quite a few local working groups, state forestry, ourselves. We will be supporting any of the work that needs to be done on state trust lands. And thanks to last October board meeting, the expansion of the TP&E for fire rehab expanded in to include any of the fires for this year. And I would expect to see some requests coming out of state forestry for some rehabilitation utilizing those funds. But I do expect a substantial amount of rehab that's going to be needed across private lands as well. And in some of these cases, like the Elk Fire, you have county lands involved, city lands involved, and there's going to be quite an organization that needs to be done, as well as the concern of invasive species, in particular cheatgrass and some of those type of grasses that, if they come back, will only increase fire risk. And so we are working pretty closely, trying with all of the partners, NRCS, Weed and Pest, conservation districts, as well as all the other state agencies like Game and Fish and Ag, on trying to support what is really needed on the ground immediately, and then planning for the future costs that will be occurring in years to come through the rehab.
Well, thanks, Kelly, and I compliment you on your work as well, putting together the website, and then I think there are more resources to come available over the course of the year for property owners and others. The last observation, well, I want to thank the Secretary for making the visits that he did, particularly to the Elk Fire and others, but I just your observation on private versus federal lands, if you've got those data. Yes,
so we are still having fires on private lands over this last month, and so I'll be bringing you final numbers in February, but we're sitting about 70% of the lands that were burned in 2024 occurred on really the majority of that even on private lands, but some state as well. And so those impacts are going to be pretty large scale. Full winter pastures, all things like that, across these grasslands in some of these counties, very heavily impacted. And so again, when it comes to private landowners and their livelihoods, there's a lot that still needs to be done, and it's really large scale. And I guess that's the takeaway I would say from this year. We've doubled the amount of acres that we've ever burned. In 2012 was our last really large fire season. And when we had large fire seasons in the past, we'd have them on federal lands, mainly in the forest. And this year, what we saw is a drastic change. It was really out on the private lands, And so the impacts look so different to Wyoming, to our citizens, than they have in the past. And so I think, just like we talked about, there's going to be some long-term coordination needed to be done to support the recovery of those lands that we haven't dealt with in the past in the same way. So kudos to all of the partners that have been working together to try and achieve that.
Thank you. Further questions? Any?
Yeah.
Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the State Forestry Department for all their work, and thank Director Norris for putting together that tour of the elk and elk fire, and really appreciate. I learned a lot. I learned a lot on the Ag Committee and also on the Slib Board the last 2 years, but being able to see that, there were a lot of questions that I had and asked Ms. Norris, and she did a great job, Director Norris, in answering those, and I learned a lot. So thank you.
Well,
Thanks.
thank you. We really enjoyed having the secretary out. We really enjoyed having the governor. It means so much to our citizens, and to have you out there and working to understand what's going on. Fire is really complex, and the elk fire in particular was practically Wyoming's front range fire, we called it. There were many homes, many communities involved. It was very, very large, and I really appreciate all the support I've been given from the board.
I have one more.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One other thing, we did talk about this, Director Norris, but one of the things that was the first that we talked about during that tour in terms of lessons is interstate agreements. That was something that maybe we need to continue to work on a little bit. Can you help us a little bit on some of I think there were some legislative changes that needed to be made in terms of our situation with Montana around liability and insurance and things like that in terms of getting some more joint cooperation with Montana, which was really important on that fire.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. Okay, so it's so complex, but I'll break it down. So Wyoming is a part of the Great Plains State Compact. It's actually within our statute. Congress creates these interstate compacts so that states can share resources. The Great Plains Compact is one of the largest compacts, and we can share resources across. We have Utah is about to join it. Nevada may be joining it. Arizona just joined it at last legislative session. California is looking to join as well. Montana is part of a different compact. It's the Northern Compact, and that compact is older and it doesn't share in the same capacity. So what Wyoming is looking at doing is doing a state-to-state agreement with Montana as well as with Idaho. So what that does is will allow us to mobilize resources. We received, because we know the state foresters and know the good folks up in Montana. When they started seeing fires on the border, they called us and they just sent engines. They sent a strike team of engines. They ended up staying up in north in Montana on the Remington fire, but they sent an entire Type 3 team to the Short Draw fire to support Wyoming as well. And we want to continue that working relationship. The way we're set up with fire districts also they do go into Montana, but there's got to be mutual agreements between those fire districts versus state resources. So we're working through some of that, but it is something we want to see done, and we're lining the right people up to get that moving forward. So yes, that is something that state-to-state compacts are a little complicated between the Montana and that Idaho area. There are different regions, there are different Forest Service regions as well, and GACs. But we're going to look at doing specific agreements between these states so that we can continue good coordination.
Thank you. Well, if there's nothing more, thank you very much, Forrester, and we will see you sometime soon.
All right. Well, Thank you all. Have a wonderful holiday season, and we will see you for sure in February.
Very good, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director.
The next matter for the board's consideration is Board Matter D1. These are emergency rules for the State Board of Land Commissioners Rules and Regulations, Chapter 30, adding taxes and expenses. We are offering Chapter 30 of the Board of Land Commissioners Rules as emergency rules to incorporate changes to the leasing, permitting, and easement programs on state lands. On October 9th, 2024, the Wyoming Supreme Court held that state trust lands, when not used primarily for a governmental purpose, are subject to property tax. That was the state of Wyoming versus the Uinta County Assessor. A county assessor now would likely determine that land under a lease, permit, or easement, when used for a private purpose, is not used primarily for a governmental purpose and may be subject to tax. These emergency rules are necessary to ensure our lessees, permittees, and easement holders pay, when due, all expenses of any kind attendant to the state land, including but not limited to real estate property taxes and assessments, personal property taxes and assessments, license fees and utility charges during the term of the lease, permit, or easement, and any extension thereof. In addition, the proposed rules authorize the board to cancel a lease, permit, or easement in the event the lessee fails to timely pay any assessed taxes directly to the county or to the board as a reimbursement. Our recommendation is that the board find that these emergency rules are necessary for efficient management of state trust land while the board undergoes regular rulemaking. And if the board makes the requested finding above, the board adopt the attached draft emergency rules for Chapter 30, State Board of Land Commissioners Rules and Regulations, and any new leases, permits, and easements approved by the board and issued by OSLI, including any extension or renewal of any existing leases, permits, or easements, shall include the requirements of the emergency rules for Chapter 30, Section 3. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Booth right now to add any more detail.
Mr. Booth.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I think that was a great rundown of the board matter. The only thing I would add of note is that the board's rules and regulations don't currently include a requirement for a lessee, permittee, or easement holder to pay taxes, even though many of our lease agreements contain these requirements already. Happy to stand for questions.
Thanks. Are there questions? Mr. Treasurer.
The effective date of this, is it basically based upon all today would be the effective date as any leases passed today?
I believe it's when I signed them.
Oh, it's when you sign them,
Yeah.
okay. So I guess what I was wondering is that what, if it would be possible to say that that these rules are effective on January 1st of 2025.
And Mr. Chairman, having that conversation earlier, I brought some language, and maybe the board could consider it to go along with that, because you're right, there are circumstances right now where we've noticed renewal situations where lessees need to respond with an application, but they weren't aware of this. Also, we have applications in-house that were just applied for leases, easements, or permits that weren't aware of this either. So the language that I've come up with, and feel free to edit this however you'd like, is to add to the director's recommendation on number 3. I'll just read it in total and then let you know when the new addition is inserted there. Any new leases, permits, and easements approved by the board and issued by OSLI, including any extension or renewal of any existing leases, permits, or easements, shall include requirements from Emergency Rules, Chapter 30, Section 3, and this is the new part, with the exception of any lease, permit, or easement that are currently noticed to a lessee or under review by OSLI. So that way there's no strict time period that you're talking about, but everybody who's in a process wouldn't be impacted by these emergency rules, but anybody who would enter a new process would be, and that would give us enough time to notice the public of this change, that this is occurring, and we could add it to our application so they're fully aware when they submit a new application.
I guess the discussion I'd have is that we know that the Department of Revenue is going to probably be sending assessors out and getting a January 1st, 2025 assessment out. And I think that would cause more confusion the way that you're suggesting, because you would have some people that necessarily their lease would be after the assessments went out, and they'd say, well, I'm not supposed to get this, but yet I get it from the county. So I think it makes, just to keep confusion to the least possible amount, I think if we had the same date as the county assessors did as when they're gonna send assessments out, then you don't have some people saying, oh, well, here I am, I'm getting something, I don't know what it's about, I wasn't notified. If we say January 2025, then, you've got some time to get leases out. Or if we put it on a specific date, because, move it to February 1st, so you actually got, 45 days or more. It just seems like if you don't have a date certain, then it's going to be rougher for the county assessors to know who gets the tax bill, whether it's going to be the state or us, or the leasee. And you could, I don't think you could extend it any farther than that, because it is the Supreme Court's decision that this is law, so we don't want to, I guess, fly in the face of what the law is considered to be.
Interim Director.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think you raised some great points. And this is all happening extremely quickly. The Supreme Court ruling came in October. This is our next opportunity to discuss how we're going to treat it with the lessees. I think it's important to note that emergency rules are important for us to present and have you consider, because the county assessors are undergoing this work right now. They're preparing themselves for that January 1st deadline so that they can go out and start assessing. Their expectation, knowing that they have to do a lot of work in a very short amount of time on a lot of acres across the state of Wyoming, is that they're going to send those statements to the lessees that we have on record at that time. They're not going to pick and choose which ones fell under this provision, which ones didn't. They're going to send them all. And so what we are trying to do is have that roadmap in place for the board's process, that lessees understand that they will be responsible for this. But it may not be the first statement that they're responsible for. Taxes are going to be assessed regardless, and it may be the state or the board's responsibility to pay. We're trying to determine at what point can we move that responsibility on to our lessees and permittees. And I agree with you, it would be nice to have a date certain, but we have a variety of leases that are under varying different timeframes. Grazing and agriculture, for example, have all been noticed, and we've gotten a lot of applications back, but the board hasn't taken any action to approve those applications, and obviously we haven't taken any action to issue those. So that would be a situation where the state's probably responsible for that tax burden because the applicant didn't apply with that understanding. However, we also have commercial leases that take several months for us to review and for us to negotiate, and they're also unaware of this situation, and they could last much longer than January 1st in the review process. So.
Yeah. Mr. Treasurer, is there a follow-up? Otherwise,
Yeah, I guess if you've got the process in which you can communicate with all the county assessors to make sure that there's no foul up as far as who gets these notifications. Frankly, I think you probably should notify everybody right away of the Supreme Court decision, and that they should expect when they renew that, that in pending, legislative action or constitutional action. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
so Interim Director, I will not participate in the vote on this for the reason that I recently put in a renewal, as you know, so I'm kind of front and center. But I did want to raise with regard to the emergency rules, I wanted to raise a consideration. The legislature has not had a time to review this or look at it. There may be some potential fixes that would come during this session. And noting that there were renewals even last year, we're going to be rolling off renewals with this new tax language for the next at least 9-10 years. And so the question I have is, does it make sense, because we'll be considering regular rules, does it make sense to go through the regular rule-making process? I understand the emergent nature of having a Supreme Court decision and an instruction to assessors. However, I also note that we're going to be taking some time to process through all the renewals as they roll over. So just an observation, as I say, do have a conflict. As I remember the statute, it says that I can participate in a discussion, but I will not be voting. So thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, thanks for that. And I think it's a good statement to make. We are going to be rolling through existing agreements and contracts in the grazing and agriculture world for the next 10 years. But in the commercial world, it could be 20 years before we can have an opportunity to go back in there and insert this language. I think that's absolutely correct. The regular rulemaking process, which is the next matter on the agenda, just for everybody's information, that will take some time to be finalized. There's going to be a public comment period of not less than 45 days. And within that period, we'll be able to understand what the legislature's intent may fully be. And that could influence the board's final decision on those regular rules as we move forward. But you're exactly correct also that this is somewhat of an emergent nature with the timing of the Supreme Court decision not being the legislature's actions not being known to us right now. We do need to give somewhat of a framework to those using our lands going forward so they know what to expect.
Mr. Treasurer.
And so I recall that how this is going to work is that in the appropriation process, it's going to be in the governor's budget that the school foundation pay roughly 86% of the $3 million. And that's $3 million that's due every year, not $3 million over the lifetime of 10 years of the leases, right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's correct. And what we've done is done quick work with the Department of Revenue and specifically Director Hansen to understand what the full tax bill could be, giving some very large assumptions. And the first assumption is that every acre of state land is utilized for grazing and agricultural purposes. And that's largely true, probably 98% of them are. So it's a very good assumption to make. We're also making the assumption that all of those leases qualify for the ag reduction. There are 4 sets of criteria that you have to abide by in order to receive that reduction. We're making the assumption that everybody does. So for this first year, being extremely quick and not everything is fully understood, we're making the assumption, as I just stated, that everything's ag and everything is eligible for the reduction, and that number comes to $3 million. As the assessors gather information from our office about what the lands are, where they are, and what leases are on top of there, and they start doing their assessment work, we'll understand better as we go through the next year what that massage needs to be, and they'll have a little bit more time to assess each acre. And so we'll come probably back to the legislature and if an exemption's not granted during the session, and ask for an exception request to our budget to cover whatever amount that could be at that time. And I anticipate needing to do that ebb and flow of what could be charged or assessed for the next few years within OSLI's budget.
Yeah, just, I guess to put it perspective, what does that, in regards, like our average AUM dollar amount is roughly $6, I think, within a penny of it, if I think is what you said. What does the value of the tax assessment in relationship to a $6 AUM? What is that?
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, good question. And we've done a little bit of napkin math on that, and we're expecting it to add $2 to $3 per AUM across the whole state. But that's extremely average, extremely napkin as well. But there's going to be an increase of roughly that amount.
In there. And I think that was the original intent, really, of the constitutional amendment, that everybody pay their fair share. I think that's how that was couched.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't around at that time. So.
No, neither. I'm not, I mean, if you're looking at a 1956 amendment, I was, but I was only 3, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we're having this conversation, I think for me at the moment, my preference would be to start the regular rulemaking process, knowing that that extends the legislative session. So we know then whether we scrap those or move forward. But then in the meantime, in lieu of emergency rules, communicate to all of our lessees about the Supreme Court, about what's, coming up in the legislative session. And so wondering, do you see anything wrong with that approach?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I think it's the board's decision to decide which direction to go, and we can certainly notice everybody. The important thing about the emergency rules is that we added a few other requirements to ensure that other payments are made that aren't typically or explicitly stated in our rules right now, like improvement taxes or taxes on improvements on state lands. That's clearly stated as non-exempted in the statute, but it's not clearly stated in rules. We also say that if you have utility bills and things like that within the emergency rules, we're just clearly stating you're responsible for those costs. Property taxes is one of those if they're assessed.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so am I right to assume that some of that clarification probably needs to happen no matter what occurs within the legislature, how we move forward?
Mr. Chairman, Madam, that's correct.
Mr. Treasurer.
So again, if the rules were written that you're responsible for property taxes unless expressly exempted by legislative action, then essentially you can move forward with the emergency rules in that regard. You can go to regular rules, and it doesn't have any effect one way or the other if there's an expressed exemption.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think that's the intent, is we're not saying you will pay taxes, you are going to be assessed. We're saying if assessed, you will be responsible for them.
Yeah. But that leaves it up to the assessor.
That's correct. And right now, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's how the Supreme Court's ruling is guiding us.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Further discussion? I do see we have some comments. I see President Driscoll has his hand raised. President Driscoll will recognize you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Crowder, thank you. It appears to me, the rules are geared towards ag, but the real values are actually going to lay on the improvements that are probably what's beyond ag. I think the assessors can tax it pretty easily. What is the process for splitting when you have 5 leases on a piece of state ground? Is it going to fall to the ag initially? Because some of them you have oil and gas, transmission facilities, billboards, and ag on it. And it's set a whole lot, but the improvements on a lot of them are probably, how is this going to fall within your?
President, and after your question about how does it get separated, you broke up, so.
Well, just asking how it's going to get allocated. I didn't catch that. Maybe I missed it in the early part when he was reading through the proposed rules, but everything we're talking about, you kind of send it to the leasee. When you've got 3 or 4 leases laying on top of each other, who's going to decide how it's split and where it goes? Figuring ag value is not very hard for an assessor. They basically look at it, look at surrounding, nothing's on it, and that's most of your ag. But a lot of these others have 4, 5, 6 leases on them. How are they going to decide allocation between those on the taxes and how they go? Because it appears we're just adding it straight to ag. If they come in, they assess. If I've got oil production facilities on me and they're valued at 20 times what ag is, it appears we're sending the bill to the ag guy without any changes.
Interim Director.
Mr. Chairman, that is a question that we've been grappling with since the decision came out and working with the assessors and with the Department of Revenue. We are assessing, or these rules are impacting every user of state land, not just ag, and it's doing it in the same way. So we're not putting one ahead of the other or assessing one before the next. But we are also expecting that the assessors are now to treat state land just like private land. And these situations occur in the private world as well. I don't fully have a good grasp on what comes first and what comes next as far as how they assess it, but they are in the very early stages with an immense amount of work to understand where those stacked leases occur and how to divvy that up. And so I don't have a great example or a great answer on how that's going to happen, other than we are applying this requirement uniformly across all users, and then expecting the county assessors to do the work that they normally do on private land, on state land for that division.
Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Sure.
What I get in my county anyway is that they send the landowner, which would be the state of Wyoming, the entire assessment. They don't split it up for us at all. If I've got 3 permittees on my private ground, they send me the tax bill and they don't do it. And I guess I'm asking, are we prepared in state lands to add the employees to figure out how to allocate those splits? Because I think likely you're going to have leasees that either want to fight or fight amongst each other, and that's going to be back to the Slib board and ultimately state lands, but Slib board at the end of the day. Are we prepared to add staff as we go along?
Interim Director.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, again, I don't think we've got the process fully laid out, other than the initial assessment. We're assuming, and the county assessors have largely agreed, that they will assess all state lands as if it is ag, and then provide that statement this first year to the state, and we've asked for that supplemental request to approve that. After that, I'm not sure, but again, it's to be treated just like private land, so going through the Board of Equalization and all of that, all of those processes are still available, or should be.
Thank you, Interim Director. Let me ask if there's anyone else that wants to address the board. Mr. McGagna?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim McGagnon with the Wyoming Stockgrowers Association. And we, in looking at this rule, we have some serious concerns with it. Probably most of those will better be addressed in the permanent rule and not necessarily in the emergency rule. But with regard to the emergency rule, it seems to us that the emergency is the taxation of the real property that's held by the state. So and we would prefer you not go forward with the emergency rule, but if you do so, we think it should be limited to that specific item. All of the other things that are in there that you're proposing to require a lessee to pay taxes on are worthy subjects for consideration and debate in the permanent rulemaking process, but we think inappropriate to be inserted in an emergency rule. And there are a number of questions that they're going to have to be answered going forward. For example, ag land valuation requires that you demonstrate $500 worth of ag revenue, or if it's leased land, it's $1,000. Because this land is held in the name of the state of Wyoming, is it going to be deemed leased land to the ag producer? So they're going to have to demonstrate $1,000 worth of income. And if so, is that off of this specific state parcel or off their broader operation? There are just so many unanswered questions here. And if you do go forward with this, and we'll hold our comments on all of that for later, but we would suggest, one, that it be limited to real property taxes at this time as an emergency rule. And second, would ask that you consider inserting a statement in the rule that says for grazing agricultural leases, real property taxes shall be based on the obligation of the lessee for real property, lessor for real property taxes shall be based on the agricultural use of the land. Just to clarify, I know that's the assessor's responsibility. Assessors do that very differently in different parts of the state, and some lean one way, some lean the other way, and I think we would ask that we have the protection that state lands is saying, that we're only obligated for the taxes based on the agricultural value. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there Other question, Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, I'm thinking one way to get rid of that, that $500,000 thing is just to say that, maybe this is in a different statute, not in these rules, but it suggests to the legislators that, if it's state land and they're paying an agricultural lease on it, that any property tax is basically, assessed at ag value. And then it's not the 500 or the 1,000, it's actually if you're paying an agricultural lease rate. And that might be another descriptor that we could get into the tax code section that would make it a lot easier, so you don't have to jump through this $1,500, I guess, income threshold to get a taxed rate, because it's basically you're paying an ag lease, so it's ag ground, irregardless of the $500 or $1,000. So that's something that we might have a conversation with the Revenue Committee folks with that.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, I think those are some things that can properly be addressed with time. And if this goes forward with the legislature, what we're seeking at this time is not knowing what assessors will do and not being able to know today what legislators will do, that if you do move forward with emergency rules, that there be a statement in those rules that make it clear that the ag lessee is only responsible for real property taxes based on ag valuation. And then how we spell that out so that the assessors use that is something that certainly can be considered in legislation, but we're asking that protection be provided by the OSLI at this point, or by the board at this point in the process.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess a question for you, Mr. McGagna, is the improvement part of it. I think improvements for quite some time have always been assessed to the person that owns the improvements on state land. So it seemed like there was maybe some confusion about how, if improvements were going to be taxed differently. Is that your opinion, or that should just remain status quo, I think? Or do you think it's going to change?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, it shouldn't change. That's the way we understand it.
Yeah.
That any improvements, the lessor is already paying for those.
Right.
And that's why we have some concern with inserting language in here that appears to be adding a whole list of other categories that you're responsible for paying fees and taxes and on improvements. And our belief is that, at least in the emergency rule, and perhaps going forward with a permanent rule as well, the issue that needs to be addressed is real property taxes and not all of these others.
Yeah.
Where there's no change been made that affects those others today.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, Mr. McGagna, my question comes down to this, not really being able to understand exactly either the dimension of what this is going to bring about, because I suspect that through the assessment process, there's going to be a tremendous number of challenges and some refinement on what sorts of things and how they're valued, and the stackability that the senator brought up, and other aspects to that. That would be one issue. The other issue that I mentioned earlier is that we're still going to be dealing with legacy leases for some time as they roll off. And I guess my concern, and of course it's the will of the board, but my concern would be if you had the fullness of time for comment on the rules, plus the legislature, it may even be an interim topic. But at least, you would be at a minimum, 45 days of public comment. My guess is a lot of ranchers might comment if they think their leases are going to go up by a certain amount. You could always extend those should that be necessary, but you're really talking about one tranche, I hate that word, but one year's worth of leases that would be affected, lease renewals that would be affected. And I think the issue before us as a state is this is clearly an obligation no one anticipated. It's a disruptive judgment on the part of the Supreme Court, but probably, I mean, I hate to say it, but probably their legal analysis stands the test of time. And therefore, I think it's just an obligation the state's going to have to recognize for some time going forward. So I'm a little bit concerned if we put yet another wrinkle in this, it'll even make it more complicated.
Mr. Chairman, I would totally agree with that, and I think it's just, the state does own the property. And actually, if the state is paying these property taxes, they're going to benefit from the fact that it's leased for ag land, because if it's not leased for ag land, they're going to be paying it based on market value, and that would be a huge tax burden to the state. And so we would be much more comfortable saying, let's see how this plays out at least for a year. And, you know, if we don't find a remedy to it to avoid these taxes, one option I would believe that the legislature would have the ability to implement, if that were necessary, would be to say, beginning on some future date, a year from now or that, that they effectively amend all leases to say that everyone pays these taxes. I think that's a more equitable approach than saying, just because my lease happened to renew in 2023, I've got 10 years without paying these taxes when your lease renews in 2024, so you're going to be paying them during these 10 years. There's some real inequities there that I understand that this board can't address, but I believe given some time, even if the state has to bear this burden for a year or perhaps even 2 years, that we could come up with some legislative remedies that if this goes forward, that it remains equitable.
Thank you. And I would just note, I think Interim Director made the point that this would apply across all leases on state lands. So, further questions, comments? Anyone online, Mr. Bump? Thank you, Mr. McGagna. All right, what is the pleasure of the board? And again, as I said, I won't participate in the vote.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I think that Mr. McGander brought up some interesting situations where it might be very advantageous to the state and to the agricultural leaseholders if we did put some section in here, maybe maybe it's a Romanet 4 that would say that that essentially says that the Board of Land Commission shall determine if the land is suitable for agricultural purposes, and if so, all lands, those lands shall be taxed or assessed as agricultural lands.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for clarification, Treasurer. Are you talking on emergency rules or the regular rulemaking?
Excuse me. I would think it could be either. You know, I guess we can make up our mind whether we want to do emergency rules or do regular rules. I think the governor does make a valid point that on the normal rulemaking process, there's a good deal of public comment. And I guess considering we've been doing this wrong since 1956, maybe we don't have to do emergency rules from that standpoint, that we could just go through the regular rulemaking process. I mean, I don't believe that the court's going to hold us liable for everything from today back to 1956. I don't think they can reach back ex post facto in this situation. Maybe somebody would bring that suit and take it to the court and ask us to pay that. And I think that's one of the reasons why we don't ask somebody that's got 9 years and 9 months left, left on their lease to go back in and assume they have to pay taxes for it because they had no notification. So I think that we could go with the regular rules, but I would say that maybe we put that Romanet 4 in there so to address Mr. McGagn's concern, and frankly, the potential liability of an assessor changing and saying we have to pay market value if we don't have an agricultural producer leasing the land, that it's assumed, or the board can determine that it is an agricultural lease. And maybe we just say that for, that all land is assumed agricultural unless, I think you let the board just determine whether it's agricultural land for purposes of taxation, or assessment rather. Because if we don't have some control back in the board here, we may find ourselves in a situation that is really, it's kind of strange. You're taking it out of one pocket and putting it in another pocket, but, the law gets a little bit convoluted from time to time.
Mr. Treasurer, I'm going to try to limit to the emergency rules. So if that's, if you're asking that for the emergency rules, let's, because I will have a chance to discuss the regular rules.
Mr. Chairman, and so that was a question I had. Do we need to go ahead and take action on emergency rules
I believe we do.
first? Okay. I would probably then in that case move to deny the emergency rules for Chapter 30 taxes and expenses.
Is there a second for the superintendent's
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I kind of like to always have an affirmative action ruling if the superintendent would move to approve those rules and ask you to vote no, then I think that's probably an easier way to do it, because you could be voting yes on denial and people would think that they passed.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Secretary.
I'm just really confused. Why can't we just not have a motion and just move to the next thing? Is that?
Because the matter was noticed. I think it would make.
It doesn't mean you have to take action. We don't take action on everything noticed. We have public comment. There's 4 or 5 items here that we're not taking action.
Mr. Secretary, in the tradition that I have spent on this board, we don't see matters just disappear because we haven't taken action on them. So it would still be a pending motion.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would second the motion of the superintendent, which I thought I heard her say that to move to approve these, yeah.
That's fine for discussion, yes.
Yeah, and ask you to vote no.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I got a couple.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm of course going to be voting no on this. I think it is a huge error for this board to be moving forward with these today. This is way premature. We need to have a legislative session. This is a big policy change. Was noticed, 6 days ago on the day after Thanksgiving, or maybe it was Thanksgiving. It's just, this does not make sense to take action on at this time. And I'm really surprised and disappointed it's on the agenda in this way. It should have been a discussion about how to move forward, because I think this is chilling to our customers, our citizens, those that hold leases that are customers to the board and the citizens. But I'm going to be voting no, which is, and thank you.
Thanks. Further comment? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying no.
No.
And I am not voting, so I abstain. So that motion fails. On to the regular rules. Thank you, Interim Director.
Mr. Chairman, it is, next is D2, which is to initiate the regular rulemaking process. The regular rules are presented exactly as the emergency rules were presented, just in the regular rule process. This would allow us to move forward in that regular rule process, provide public comment, and bring any additions and public comment back to the board for final adoption.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wondered if the treasurer could share again what he was contemplating as an amendment there.
Yeah, and I think what I would say is that that we would say that for all lands that the board determines a agricultural lease, they shall be assessed as agricultural property, and that all vacant land for purposes of assessment shall be assessed as agricultural property. So if we have a vacant land out there, we're not going to get hit by, and it doesn't have an ag lease on it. You got a 40-acre ranchette out there, it's not going to be assessed to the state as development property. So I'm just saying vacant land and land that we have leased as agricultural property, it's determined for assessment to be agricultural property.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Mr. Peters, I have a question, if you could. I'm
Overstepping our authority.
I'm just wondering if you could opine.
Mr. Chairman, if I'm understanding, I think the treasurer's thoughts, I don't think by rule we can dictate how the property will be assessed. I think that's up to the assessors. If I think I'm understanding what the intent might be about what sort of assessment we might pass along to our lessees, that may be something that we could include in the rules. There might be a scenario where, take agricultural leasing for an example, where there's a particular piece of property that an assessor determines that it doesn't meet the agricultural classification and it's assessed on the fair market value of the land. That might lead to a scenario where we receive an assessment for the fair market value of the land, but based on the rules, the lessee would only be responsible for paying what the assessment would have been had it met the agricultural classification. So that would still leave, that would not pass the entirety of the assessment on to the lessees. I'm not sure if that's, if I'm understanding what the intent
Well,
was.
yeah, I understand we can't tell the assessors what to do, but in our guidance and our rules, I think we need to do something if it's just a letter to the Revenue Committee. But you get a situation where it's vacant land and it's a ranchette and that market value might be $10,000, but there's no order by this board to put it on the market for sale. So if it's not for sale, then, and it's used for agricultural leases. So we've got to get some clarity in here. So we're not getting into these areas where we're back and forth and we're coming up with these huge tax bills to drive the revenue of the local political subdivisions. We've got to get some protection. So how do we do it? Can we do it statutorily?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I mean, if it's the legislature's desire, certainly there could be legislative changes that could, possibilities are, there are quite a few possibilities on how the legislature could make legislative changes if they desire to do so. I think, for purposes of this board and what our rules might be, we certainly can't dictate how property tax is assessed. But I think what's within this board's purview is to determine if there is an assessment, whether that will be passed on to a lessee, permittee, whether in full or perhaps in part. I would suppose that's an option for this board as well.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another question for Mr. Peters, I suppose, is we're kind of talking about timeline, and this is, difficult, very sensitive topic that we still have a lot of unanswered points to. Do you see any negative repercussions if we were to bring this regular rulemaking process in February, being able to work some of these issues that we're talking about and have cleaner rules to present to start the public comment period? Because that would be my preference, but wondering if you see any repercussions.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I think the the practical effect is, as of right now, for leases that do not have these provisions that pass taxes onto the lessee, there is no obligation for the lessee to be responsible for those taxes. Should the board determine not to move forward at this time, but to consider it again in the future, I think really the effect is what timeline by which the rules might actually become effective, and knowing that there may be more leases issued between, a potential effective date if the board moved forward now after the entire process versus if the board decided to start that process later, that could only be, a matter of a couple of months. I think that's really the policy decision for this board, is whether it wants to move forward now or to spend a little bit more time thinking about it to begin the promulgation process. The other thing I would note is, as regular rules, these will have to go through the public comment period, which will be a minimum of 45 days. And I think if the board votes to move forward with them, the notice would be cast broad enough to put the public on notice that the board is looking at all things related to property tax assessments and whether to pass those on to the lessees, so that there would be a little bit more flexibility in making changes that would be a logical outgrowth following the public comment period. But again, if it's the board's desire to spend a little bit more time on the front end, I think that's really just a policy determination for this board.
Madam Superintendent, just an observation on that. I guess there is the potential, I believe, to extend the rules. So Mr. Peters and maybe interim director, just sort of your thoughts on if there come to light a number of items that might sort of improve the rules, there would be another draft. What is the process of draft and then being able to proceed? I guess my point being, we'll have 45 days, we'll have public comment, there may be some substantial suggestions, there may be some potential changes in the legislature in the legislation. By 45 days, my guess is that probably won't be finished, but it could be. Would we be able to contemplate another set of rules with an extension? And I guess my thought here is that we're in the period of renewals broadly for ag. I don't know about commercial, but
Those happen all the time.
those happen all the time, so we won't fix that. But for ag, we wouldn't have a split renewal period. Does that make sense?
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm understanding, and just to make sure that I'm clear as well. So the board determined not to move forward with the emergency rules, so we would just have the regular process, which would, if the board just voted to move forward, it would start with the permission to proceed process. Once that permission to proceed from your office is issued, then it would be posted for public comment at a minimum of 45 days. Then there's some time in there depending on whether a public hearing is requested or not, but a minimum of 45-day public comment. And then it would have to come back to this board for consideration for adoption. And the board can consider, the board will have to consider all of the comments submitted and determine whether any changes are appropriate. And if so, the board can either, if those changes are a logical outgrowth, the board could make those changes at that time and move to adopt the proposed rules as amended. Or alternatively, the board could make those changes and put them back out for public comment if that was something the board desired. The board can do that even if those changes are a logical outgrowth, but would have to do that if the changes were not a logical outgrowth. So there could be another opportunity for the board, if it desired to, if it determined substantial changes were appropriate, to have another public comment period. Or to consider. There isn't really a timeline associated until final adoption occurs, and that's what would kick off that 75-day timeline for the rules to go through all the review processes and to be filed before they become effective.
Thank you. Further comment? Mr. Bump, are there any online? Mr. Magagna, any further comment?
Just briefly, I would be concerned if the board said, here's how it's going to be assessed. Perhaps I wasn't clear what I was requesting in my original comment. What I was requesting is that the board or in the rule would provide assurance to an agri-grazing lessee that they will not be held responsible for paying more than the ag valuation on the real property, irrespective of whether the assessors assess it at a market value, and that would then be an argument for the Office of State Lands or the board to take up with the assessors, but it wouldn't involve the lessee at that point because they would have met their responsibility. So just want to make that clarification. Other than that, whatever your decision is, we will be providing comment. We'd appreciate if you did delay this a little more, but get a little more upfront input, but whatever your decision is, we're happy to participate in the process.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further comment? Mr. Treasurer.
You know, if we do move that forward, it would be out there, and I think we'd get a lot more public comment, and I think that public comment would actually be heard by the legislators. And so you'd actually, you know, I guess you hit the hornet's nest, and people are going to see that the hornets are out there, and they're going to pay attention. Otherwise, there might be a lot of people that don't even know this is around, and so I think that we actually gain something on that, and I think it's pretty easy enough if we want to string this process out past the time period of the legislative session. I think it's fairly easy to do. One change, you know, just can get you another 45 days. So, you know, I think this thing can be moved past really easy. And so I guess that's why I think that I want to move it forward so we get more people that show up, because I think that the next time we sit down on this, we're going to have some people out on the Zoom calls that are actually going to be talking about it. I know we got Jim here, and he's representing a lot of people, but I think a lot of those folks would actually be calling in and giving us the information. We probably need to make a better decision. So
Is that the form of a motion?
that is
Mr.
the form of the motion. I move for the adoption of the, or for the moving forward on the regular rules on Chapter 30.
Is there support for the treasurer's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate the treasurer's comments, and I think that is a good perspective. I think for me, I would still rather than causing a lot of, you know, unnecessary consternation with lessees, fix some things on the front end, especially knowing the timing with the legislature. And so I'll be a no vote on this motion. Thank you.
You know, I have first a question whether the chairman is extending his conflict to this vote. Have you thought about that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, this would affect me, so.
Okay. I thought it might have been just cabin to the emergency, the way you phrased it. Yeah, I think this is just a humongous error, and it is just, I can't believe it's even on the agenda in this form. It should have been a discussion, so I'm going to be voting no. I think it's a huge error to move forward with these rules with 6 days of notice, 3 of them occurring over a Thanksgiving holiday, and so I'm gonna be voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Just point of clarification, if the rules pass, there'd be at least 45 days of comment on them. So.
And I understand that, Mr. Chairman. We've done rulemaking in the office, but starting a rulemaking is a formal process, and it is laid out that way in statute and our rules. It's promulgation, and so it's a formal legal process. So adoption is when it comes at the end, but promulgation is an act, which is why they ask us to vote on it. Thank you.
Okay. I guess we'll go to vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I have 2. Nays?
No.
Motion fails. Thank you, Mr. Crowder. I think that is valuable. I would be interested to see what our process going forward would be. I guess we would have to, Mr. Peters, this motion has failed to consider rulemaking. So it seems to me it'd be inappropriate to bring up the same matter again without some change.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the motion was to begin the rulemaking process at this point, and that's what's failed. I think the board could still discuss this matter generally, because the motion was limited specifically to beginning the rulemaking process. So I don't think it'd be inappropriate to talk about this matter, and give maybe directive to the office if it wanted to see a different set of proposed rules at a later date, if that's the board's desire.
Okay, and as a point of information, assessors will be assessing leaseholders starting January 1st.
Mr. Chairman, the assessors are going out and they are valuing property as of the date of January 1st. The notice of assessments don't actually get sent out until mid-April, and property tax statements in the fall, actually when those bills are due. I'm not 100% positive if the assessors will be sending those directly to lessees or the office. I think in preliminary discussions with the Department of Revenue, I think there was some thought that they may get sent on to the lessees, but I'm not positive on that, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think that was the idea, and if absent action, lessees will see in their assessments that, and it could be cause for some alarm. And if we initiate something after that, say in June, quite potentially we're in the same boat that we are today with rules coming in sort of midway in between. It's not emergent, but fact of the matter is that there is no way for us to avoid having this arrangement because it is a court decision. So someone's going to pay the taxes, and at this point it's most likely, as the treasurer points out, the school children of Wyoming. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, barring legislative action to exempt this property and having the effective date of that legislative action be January 1 of 2025, I think that's probably correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think that for me, that's the telling part. And I feel confident in the wisdom of the legislature, although that might be famous last words. But to work through that, I do wonder if this board could provide direction regarding notice to all of our lessees of the court decision of what pending legislation for the legislature and potential that this board take up rules in February. And so wonder if that's a possibility that could be done through the office.
Interim Director.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a thing we have to do, absolutely, is notice everybody, all the users of our lands of this new decision, and it is a cost. Without rules and guidance, we are relying on whatever's existing in rule and some leases that do pass that burden on to the user. So we're going to have to do an assessment internally to understand who is ultimately responsible for that, and by doing a review of all of our leases to see where those provisions exist, and to make sure that those lessees understand that they will be obligated for that burden because of that lease term. But on the other end, without any other guidance, the state and the office will have to handle that with the county assessors. And I think it's only appropriate that we work with them now with this decision to say, let's not cause an issue out in the world or cause as little of one as possible, and to send those notices to us, because the workload is likely less that we have to notice specific leaseholders that they're obligated for that, and more that we have the burden of paying the assessments that come or the statements that come. And so I think we'll need to go through that work process. I don't know what that looks like yet. We haven't done that. But I believe the county assessors will work with us to determine where those statements will actually be sent. And we can work hand in glove through that process.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up? if I may?
Yes, please, Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so does your office also need guidance from this board on to move forward to bring updated or changed rules to us in February, or is that presumed?
Mr. Chairman, we can bring rules whenever it's appropriate, and you can ask for them whenever it's appropriate. Obviously, at this time, we thought it was appropriate. In February, we won't know what the legislative action is at that time, so I don't know that we'll have much more information than what we have now.
Mr. Treasurer.
I guess what actually happened in Uinta are the assessors sending a tax notice to the state or to the truck stop on the land surrounding the truck stop, the state land?
Mr. Peters.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, we actually had both in that scenario. I think originally, in the very first year that it came up, the notice was sent to the state. In the second year that it came up, the assessor changed in their system to send the notice directly to the lessee. We weren't aware of it at that time. And in that scenario, we had asked that we be notified if there was an assessment so we could determine whether we needed to challenge that or not. So there was a little bit of both in that scenario. So I'm not sure what the standard would be for the assessors, whether they would send it directly to the landowner or whether they would send it to the lessee. But as Interim Director Crowder mentioned, I think that's something we can work with the Department of Revenue and perhaps the county assessors to make sure that we know where those notices of assessment are going to be going and where those property tax statements will be going in the fall.
And so that's probably excuse me, Mr. Chairman, is that determined by the county zoning of that land or because it's not agricultural, it's industrial or it's business or something, right?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I'm not sure exactly how the assessors determine who to send that notice to. It's sent to whoever is listed, or my understanding is who is listed on the property tax records. And in that case, the property tax, in the Uinta County case, it was listed as State of Wyoming and then care of Pilot Corporation. And so that's why it was sent directly to Pilot Corporation in that one particular instance. But I don't know if how the assessors go about making that determination.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we're going to get all these little ranchettes around Cheyenne, and there's literally dozens of them, if not hundreds of them around, and probably thousands around the state. And they're all going to get basically reassessed as residential development.
Could
yeah,
be.
It's this is a
So,
interesting situation right now, but yeah.
and I'll recognize you just a second. Mr. Peters, just a quick question. It's my understanding, so this is long-standing, but it is my understanding that Pilot lease did have a provision for a pass-through, but a lot of leases don't. So do we have a liability issue? Maybe this isn't the right question, but we are certainly treating people differently as to tax obligation.
Mr. Chairman, you're correct. That particular lease that was negotiated early on by the Department of Health and taken over by this board did have a particular provision that passed on those property taxes to the lessee. And some other lease templates that have been amended recently by this board do also have similar provisions passing those on. A couple that come to mind are our wind energy leases, carbon sequestration leases, or some other mineral leases. And I do believe that perhaps the most current special use template might have that provision in there. Well, some of the earlier versions don't. And as Mr. Booth mentioned earlier on, there are some other programs that have never had that sort of provision in the lease template. And I think the thought here was have uniformity and to treat them all similarly.
Yeah.
Going forward.
Yeah.
I've got the secretary,
Okay.
Mr. Treasurer.
You know, Mr. Chairman, one of my directions to the AG as an individual member is that I think we've got to go back to the drawing board on the lawyering. I mean, you look at this decision, I believe the AG made an error in not distinguishing in any way grazing leases from the pilot lease, which I could just think of, 3 to 5 arguments just in a few minutes of how you could distinguish those two things. I don't think it's too late reading the decision. And so if we don't get action from the legislature, which I think we will, I still think that is subject to challenge. And, the decision was with respect to the pilot lease, which is very different from grazing. And so I think that, that could very well be challenged from, and I know there's this one reference at the end in the dicta, but I just don't think that has been totally adjudicated yet.
Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I thought I had heard earlier today by someone that we actually don't have in our rules the authority to provide for pass-throughs in contracts in our rules.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, the rules currently do not address the passing on of property taxes to lessees. I don't believe there's any chapter of the rules that do have that. I might be wrong if there's a specific chapter to that do, but I don't believe that they do at this point specifically address that. That's been handled through the lease agreements in some.
But do we have the authority to have a lease agreement, which we don't have the authority by rule to actually contemplate in a contract?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, if I'm understanding correctly, is the question is if that provision is not in rule, is there authority to have that in the lease agreement that's approved by the board? The board has brought the authority to approve the terms of the lease agreement, and
Okay.
in each of those scenarios, the parties have executed them, and so
Okay.
Okay, I guess if that's the case, do we have authority in our current lease agreements to go ahead and provide those irrespective of the rules then? I guess we do. I think that's what you just told me, that maybe we don't even need any rules, we'll just do everything by contract.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think, and Interim Director Crowder, correct me if you have other thoughts on it. I think the thought is to make it clear in both rule and in the lease agreements that what would happen with respect to property taxes and other expenses incurred by particular lessees. So it's in there in multiple spots, in the lease agreements themselves and in the rules.
So we can, if we want to, this board can on day after tomorrow, if we wanted to, just provide it in every lease agreement going forward. Probably every lease agreement that hasn't been notified, probably, but we could do that irrespective of rules or irrespective of legislative action.
Mr. Treasurer, I think we're venturing into some fairly interesting places, and I appreciate the train of questioning, but I think, I don't think I think probably that's for better consideration elsewhere. Is there further discussion on this matter? If there is none, we'll move on. Thank you, Interim Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter for the board's consideration is Board Matter D3. This is the policy that the board requested at the next meeting regarding the director's authority to approve lease assignments. What we've done is done some research through existing statute and board rule and have found a statute 36.3.102C that provides some authority to the director for approving certain types of applications as they come in. Those are assignments, sublease agreements, contracts concerning the leased area, surface damage payments, concurrence and water right petitions involving state lands, applications for construction of improvements, timber sale auctions, acreage adjustments, suspension of operations, and unit or communitization agreements. OSLI has recognized that there's been issues with providing applications to the board for consideration when the timing of that consideration impacts a lessee's ability to exercise certain statutory rights, and that may impact the board's ability to exercise its broad discretion when considering subsequent lease actions. Unfortunately, and at times, issues are not recognized by our lessees or by OSLI until it's too late to be timely considered by the board, and issues created out of the timing of the board's consideration of specific land use activities may have unintended legal ramifications, such as being out of compliance with the board's rules and possible loss of lease. So as I mentioned at the request of the board, we've investigated these authorities and find that the director has some authority both within statute and the board's rules. And it also preserves authority to the Board of Land Commissioners to override any decision made by the director. It's our opinion that the issues noted earlier can be mitigated through a utilization of current statute and of current rule without the need for additional legislation or rulemaking. So I'm offering the following policy to mitigate these timing issues. Pursuant to Wyoming Statute 36.3.102C, and upon the determination of the following three items. One, an applicant is compliant with the board's rules and any applicable lease terms, with the exception of any violation the applicant wishes to rectify via the application. Two, consideration of the application shall be in the best interest of the state's trust beneficiaries. And three, the application does not present circumstances in which consideration by the board in the first instance would be appropriate. In those cases, the director shall consider the following types of applications for approval. That would be lease assignments, sublease agreements, contracts concerning the leased area, surface damage payments, concurrence in water right petitions involving state lands, applications to construct improvements with the exception of improvements that will restrict existing public access or alter existing authorized uses of the land, timber sale auctions, acreage adjustments, suspensions of operations, and unit and communitization agreements. Now, it's important to note that some of those listed, mineral lease assignments, surface damage payments, acreage adjustments, unit and communitization agreements are already considered at the director level. The next part of the policy is that the director shall, at the board's next regularly scheduled meeting, provide an informational report to the board describing the applications considered since the last provided report and the action taken on them. And should the board wish to override any decision made by the director, it can pull that decision from the report and consider it. That maintains the ability to be timely with applications that come in, to be responsive to issues that may have an impact to a lessee's ability to exercise a preferred right to renew or any other accommodation recognized in statute or rule. So therefore, I'm recommending that the board adopt this policy as outlined and direct the director to consider for approval applications as described, provide a report to the board of all applications considered and the action taken on them, and that the board's next regular scheduled meeting and provide the board with an opportunity to override any decision made by the director. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Treasurer?
I'm a little bit skittish about providing concurrence of water right petitions involving state lands without it first going in front of the board. I go back to that area that we had up there in Sheridan where we had a storage right, and it was unclear, what the rights the state actually had by having that storage right on that reservoir. And I think at the end of the day, it was kind of a right in name only, and I don't necessarily like the state signing off on things on their state land where they actually don't have full and beneficial use of the water right that they have a part of. So I respectfully ask for an amendment to remove the concurrence of water right petitions involving state lands without board approval.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me just ask if the interim director has a response.
Mr. Chairman, again, this is direction by the board to the director of what it doesn't need to see right away. So if it's something the board would like to come before it, it's been practiced that the board's already given that type of direction, so this is okay.
Okay. Mr. Secretary.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I think I'm going to bring an amendment just since we're discussing kind of conceptually. I think where we were at and what we've learned through practice enough is that we're comfortable with the sublease agreements being approved in certain situations. But all this other stuff, I just don't think it's hit the level and of enough situations where it merits us turning it over to the director. So I understand you're going to have an amendment on one of them, but I'm probably going to have, I think we should just do it on subleases. And, I think that we've established that time and time again over the 2 years I've been on, that there is an issue with that. And it has happened multiple times, but I think for the board to turn over its authority here, it's very difficult to override a director. I mean, I could see it happening occasionally. I understand the statute allows for it, but the reality is I would think it would only happen in an extremely exigent circumstance. And I understand the current director probably will lean against using this, but we have to think about perpetually as well. And so I think that's where I'm kind of headed in my thoughts on this. I just think that we have established that subleasing hits the level of us going ahead and maybe giving some discretion, but this other stuff, and I understand they just wanted to make it in alignment with the statute, but in terms of the board's policy, I don't think we have, it's just the procedure for overturning a director that decides to do it. So I that's kind of where my thought process is.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Interim Director, is it my understanding that this list came because those are the ones that in practice over the years have been typically made by the director and then reviewed by the board?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, some of them. As I mentioned, there are a few of these that have remained at the director's level for approval and the board doesn't see unless there's an issue, and I can't think of one. But those are mineral assignments, so just a portion of the lease assignment section. Mineral assignments are at the director level. Surface damage payments are at the director level. Acreage adjustments and unit and communitization agreements, those are currently at the director level and the board doesn't see those. The rest of them are moved up for board consideration.
And sorry, can you, Mr. Chairman, would you mind repeating which ones are not currently at director level?
Not currently at director level would be surface lease assignments, sublease agreements, contracts concerning the leased area, concurrence on water right petitions involving state lands, applications to construct improvements, timber sale auctions, and suspension of operations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just follow-up comment, I think this is a good discussion to have. I think it provides more clarity. I also think it's this fine line between adding more bureaucracy rather than letting our lessees operate and we continue to move forward. I do think it doesn't, I think we need to strike a good balance here. It doesn't worry me of overriding the director. I think we do it all the time. And so I think it's just a matter of which of these we're willing to consider and which not. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Any further discussion? If not, so be kind of formal about this. I guess what we can do is move the matter, and then if it needs to be amended, it can be amended. So did you, oh, Mr. McGagna, I'm sorry. Come on up before we get into that process.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity for us to comment on this. We're generally supportive of what's being proposed here, at least as to those that affect grazing, agricultural leasing, lease assignments, sublease agreements, surface damage payments, application to construct improvements. We run into issues often where someone needs to move forward with something because the board only meets bi-monthly, that it creates an issue. I would like to suggest, if you go forward with this, one of the problems that arises, and I'm sure you've all experienced it, is that when the director makes a decision on one of these items, if an affected party is not satisfied by that decision, there's no clear process for how they get that in front of the board. It usually involves, and my advice to many of them has been, we'll reach out to one of the board members or send a message to all the board members, you'd like that considered at the next board meeting. It puts a difficult situation for them and for you as board members. So I would just suggest for your consideration to add a statement to this policy that would, and I'll quote what I've put together, a party that is impacted by a director's decision on application of the type listed above may request that the director identify that decision for discussion and potential board action at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. So that there's a clear process that we can go to the director and say, we're not comfortable with your decision. We'd like it to be identified for discussion at the board meeting instead of having to go to board members and requesting that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take any questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Quite, Superintendent and then the treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McGagnon, would you mind repeating that, please?
Sure, and I have it written here, but I'll give you that too. But a party that is impacted by a director's decision on applications of the type listed above may request that the director identify that decision for discussion and potential board action at the next regularly scheduled board meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion on that, because I know I've gotten some of those letters and stuff too, and I'm wondering, well, how do I get this on the board?
Well, I often tell people to send you those letters, and I feel guilty because I believe all of you have enough on your agenda without having to get those and then make sure that they're followed through on and everything.
Yeah, just, you know, you mentioned lease assignments, sublease, surface damage payments, and applications for construction. Those are normal, I guess, everyday run-of-the-mill things that necessarily don't have to go to the board, or there's, I know in the lease assignments and sublease agreements, those are ones that the director, if they don't do them, we get into, I think, hotter water than we do if they do. So I'm fine with those. I'm wondering about contracts concerning leased area. That seems a fairly broad, I guess, matter. It could be anything as far as on the leased area. So, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I'm not familiar with what that is referring to, and so I'm assuming it's something out of the normal realm of ag and grazing leasing that where that would apply. I mean, there could be a case where it applies there, but it's not an everyday activity for us, at least.
Mr. McGagnon, what if you were, let's say, having a range rider, and part of their duty was to make sure they covered the fences? Now, that normally might be I have a laborer, but it also could be a contract for a fence contractor, for example, something like that. You see what I'm getting at? So for instance, house fire, house draw fire, you're going to have a contractor coming on that's going to need to build fence. Would that be the kind of contract that you're thinking about here?
It may be. My initial thought is that in order to build a fence, that's an improvement on state trust land. I have to have approval under the application construct improvements. Once I have that approval to build that fence, then I think the position and the practice that most people would be, whenever I need to rebuild that fence or repair it or that I've got the permission to have the fence there, so I don't need permission from Office of State Lands to have a contractor come on and build the fence any more than if I build it myself.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can add some clarification to that point. So it doesn't specifically say in the statute, in this particular statute contracts. In 36.5.105 in the grazing lease statutes, it says director approval of assignment, sublease, and any other contract. And so that's where we're pulling it from. Where we've typically seen that is not in the fencing contractor. As you mentioned, Mr. McGagnon is correct, that process works well, but it's in CRP contracts, something for that type of use that we bring to the board that we wouldn't normally do.
Yeah, I guess some other ones, you know, timber sales and suspension of operations, timber sales, we get those, they come in, we're just really kind of notified. Do we actually vote on those?
We're notified. It's sort of like the lease, the mineral leases that we have too.
Yeah,
They're
Mr.
usually-
Chairman, in that case, what the director would be approving is the process of the auction, not necessarily the result of the auction. That
Right,
comes
right.
back to the board.
That comes back to the board. Okay. All right. I'm just trying to go over the list and get some clarification. So that's, the contracts has been clarified. Surface damage payments, that's, suspension of operations. Is that when somebody stops paying their lease and they're no longer there, or what is that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's in the oil and gas world.
Oil and
Where,
gas world.
yeah, once an oil and gas lease becomes productive and then for whatever reason it stops being productive, they have a downhole issue or weather issue or something.
Yeah.
They apply to the board for a suspension of operations. So the specific terms in the lease say a lease is valid for a certain amount of time or for as long thereafter as it's producing and paying quantities. As soon as they shut the well down, it's obviously not doing that. So they need some other authorization to continue the well or the lease in good standing. And so that's what the board does in this case, is allow them to stop for a certain amount of time with certain compensation tied to it until they can bring the well or the lease back into production.
And I'm assuming that all of this stuff that the director would be doing would be getting in our report every quarter in the front of these books, and so those would be highlighted, I guess, in these different areas as far as suspensions and different things.
That's correct. And yeah, enumerated by the type and the action taken against them, with a statement that the board could obviously override any of the decisions made in that report. And we expect to provide that at every board meeting.
Yeah, and the unit and communization agreements, that's something you just work out with operators and oil and gas?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that's correct. And with the Bureau of Land Management as well.
And BLM as well. Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm comfortable with all of them with the exception of the water right things, that I think that ought to come back here before we actually ink something, and we can't undo it, because once you do something with water rights, it's hard getting that toothpaste back in the tube.
So you're suggesting removing 5 or
Yeah, and approving the rest of them
with the addition?
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to leave irrigation off
Right.
and everything else on, but with the understanding that we do get notified, at least quarterly in our package.
Mr. Chairman?
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And is the treasurer also including the amendment proposed by Mr. Magagna?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, that motion it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Mr. Secretary, you were wanting to think about an amendment.
Well, I think the way to go with it is to do this amendment and then I'll bring mine.
Okay, well, I'm taking that as a full motion, is what I understand it to be.
Well, okay, then I'll
And-
bring in my
yeah.
amendment now then.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I would like to amend out, well, first I'd like to, in the policy statement, the first paragraph, the next to last line, change the word types, plural, and place type, make it singular. So the director shall consider the following type of applications for approval. And then delete Romanet 1 and 3 through 10, of which I think in the motion, 5 is already deleted. So it would be delete 1, delete Romanet 3, delete Romanet 4, 5 is already being deleted in the motion. So delete Romanet 6, Romanet 7, Romanet 8, Romanet 9, and Romanet 10. So all that would remain is Romanet 2,
And,
which is the thing that has been identified as the key issue.
okay, and you would then also suggest, you want to delete the language that Mr. Magagna?
No, I keep that, that's fine.
So that'd
That's
be
fine.
2 items.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would just call the secretary's attention to the other problem that we had was lease assignments, and that was up in the Du Bois area.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
So
gonna
it just
ask,
wasn't subleases. Those have been the two things that, because that's one big thorn, but the other ones we've had, I agree with you, multiple times, we've had sublease problems.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, for me, thinking as a policymaker, speech after speech, I hear we're turning too much over to the administrative state, which I agree with, and so I think it has to hit a certain threshold. And I'm willing to examine Roman I, but I think for purposes of today, what I was understanding the direction we were going to go is attacking the sublease issue narrowly, which is the issue we've identified many times. We're coming up at the end of the year here where I think is particularly where it becomes acute. And, with the 5 days of notice over the Thanksgiving, I'm just a little concerned, the lack of public notice on these, some of the implications. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. But I get what you're saying
But
that,
you're okay with the McGagna amendment?
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wanted to make
Absolutely.
that clear.
all right. So is there support for the secretary's motion? Is there support for the secretary's motion? Is there support for the secretary's motion? Mr. Secretary, that motion fails. We're back on the main motion.
Could I have the acreage adjustments? I didn't necessarily get what is acreage adjustments?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think that's a great question. It seems to be somewhat of a relic of an old statute. We don't have a formal process for acreage adjustments. What this would not complicate or contemplate, and it's couched within the oil and gas part of the statute. So there's not anything that comes to us that says we need to change this acreage in a formal way. What it doesn't contemplate, and what I don't read this to say, is if we're adding new acreage to a lease. That's something that the board should have responsibility over, is to increase the size of a lease. We could decrease the size of the lease. Those acreages, or that acre's probably already been approved by the board, but any additional acreage to a lease would certainly have to come back to the board. So I don't have a great question on or answer on this, and that's my interpretation of it.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, because you probably haven't used it much or anything, let's just leave it off the list. Would that be okay with the seconder? Or not?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm good.
okay, we'll leave that one
Because,
off.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
what I assume though is if there was an increase, or it would still come back to the board. Always, right?
Mr. Chairman, that's absolutely correct.
Right. And I think with all of this too, I think it's very important to make clear that we are not giving up any authority. Does it mean we have to do more homework for our meetings? Yes, absolutely. But, I come from the private sector, and what irks me the most is when government is slowing down progress. And that's kind of what we're doing with some of these really smaller decision items. So thank you.
And whatever you want to do on this is fine. I just, in my experience, and it's certainly less now than it was before, as we've implemented GIS, the corrections that need to be made from time to time that are de minimis, those are the sorts of things, because as people do, new surveys or are able to vacate, rights of way that might no longer be valuable, those kinds of things, I think, are more
Having
routine.
gone through that in the last few years, I think I'll just add the under, after 8, just add de minimis acreage adjustments. Because I wouldn't want to wake up someday and find an oil and gas operator in Office of State Land said, hey, we're taking all your leases away. So I think
So,
that,
Madam Secretary, he's changed the language.
Mr. Chairman, I'm okay with that. I think that does create at least some more clarity around it. I think it wouldn't change in practice, right? Any of that kind of change would come to the board, but I think it does provide more clarity in our stakeholders.
Okay.
all right.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add one more bit of clarification, and specifically to Mr. McGagna's amendment that it appears the board's accepted. So the intent of this is to make sure that lessees are in a spot to exercise their preferred right to renew by matching the highest bid offered. And that means that the decision made by the director has to be somewhat final unless pulled off by the board. And so to maintain that integrity, that's why we just said we're going to give you an informational matter. And the board would have to take action to make that director's decision not final. If we're identifying those for you, I just want to have this conversation, I guess. If we're identifying those for you where individuals may disagree, maybe it doesn't carry that final decision made by the director authority or impact as we go forward into whatever process that lease has next, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and Interim Director, I understand the point you're making. So, you know, I can make these decisions, but nobody cares. And I think that's a concern. On the other hand, you know, fostering ex parte conversations is probably not a good practice either. So I think the intent of Mr. McGagne's proposed language is to try to find a reasonable pathway that people can look to.
And Mr. Chairman, I think that's exactly right. And perhaps we can add a statement to the board matter, to that informational matter when it comes, that all of the decisions below are final, are considered final, unless the board takes action on them contrary. What I want to make sure is that the integrity of that decision for the purpose it's made remains in place so that that lessee has that eligibility to meet the highest bid. And we don't run into the legal weirdness that we're currently in where is that final authority? Are they actually eligible to exercise that right or not until the board makes its decision?
Yeah.
So I guess-
Mr. Peters, I just wonder if you could come up here, just, I think this is sort of the heart of the matter, but in any event. Mr. Treasurer.
Oh, I was just going to restate this so everybody knew what it was. But let's listen to Mr. Peters.
I don't have a specific question. I just wanted him to be here if there were.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so Mr. Chairman, essentially, it would be that everything stays except for Romanet 3, and we amend Romanet 8 to add the word de minimis in front of acreage adjustments.
And then you add the McGagne.
And the McGagna language.
And then point of clarification, do you mean Romanet 5, not Romanet 3?
Oh, yeah, I sure do. Romanet 5, yeah. Good thing I restated that, huh? And you helped us.
Mr. Peters, concerning the notion that interim director brought, do you see any problem with that? You know, he was saying all things considered final unless.
Mr. Chairman, that's the way that the statute is currently drafted. The board has the authority to override any decision made by the director. So when the director makes those decisions, those are final unless the board takes further action to override it. So I think that's consistent with the statute granting the director that authority.
Thank you. Okay. Any further discussion on this? Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting no on this, and certainly am supportive of the sublease piece, which we've seen time and time again there have been issues with. But there's always a tension as a policymaker between two competing issues, and we see that again where you know, this is turning over authority to the agency, to the quote-unquote administrative state. And I just think that this is a huge concern in our society. And yes, it's mostly effectuated at the federal level, but I think we should continue to exert authority over these situations, except when it has been shown time and time again that maybe there needs to be a little more nimbleness. And I've been very supportive in these situations of calling impromptu meetings. We've done that in the past. We did it on the Wheatland Water Tower, although ended up not getting a good result on that initially. We did it on a number of exigent circumstances, and we've had virtual options. We just did it a couple months ago, where we call a meeting, we have a virtual option, and we take action as a board. And I think in these situations, even in the sublease situation, frankly, I would prefer to move in that direction. but there's been so many issues that I would absolutely have been willing to support Romanet 2. But this thing where, you know, over the Thanksgiving Day weekend with 5 days' notice, we're getting 10 different things. I guess now it's 9, with one of them being revised, is just too far in my opinion. And I just want to push back on an earlier statement the superintendent made that this is not the board removing any of its authority. It is. I mean, it's saying that we can still invoke this overriding statute, but the initial action now can be done by the director in these cases. And I know sometimes it's being done anyway, but there are cases in here that are new outside of the sublease situation. So this is just a little too far in my opinion, so I'm going to be voting no. I certainly appreciate the amendment proposed by Mr. Magagna. I do think that's an improvement, but I still think from a policy perspective, this is a step too far. I think the sublease situation was really at the heart of what we were trying to get at, and I certainly could be supportive of that, but this is just too much, so thank you.
Very good. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Nays?
Aye.
That motion carries. We have the secretary with a nay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Peters.
The next matter for your consideration is Board Matter D2. It's an application for special use lease for the Wyoming State Shooting Complex. The Wyoming State Shooting Complex Joint Powers Board has applied to develop and operate the Wyoming State Shooting Complex that will support venues for competitive and recreational shooting in 9 distinct venues on state trust land south of Cody, Wyoming. Forward Cody has been the proponent of this project through the legislative process overseen by the Wyoming State Shooting Complex Oversight Task Force. Forward Cody's project competed with and was ranked along with several other shooting complex project proposals across the state. The task force selected Forward Cody's project to be presented to the full legislature in their 2025 general session for consideration to receive approval and funding. Mr. James Klessens, Chief Executive Officer for Forward Cody, is on the line and can answer any specific questions that you have about the complex and about the process that they've gone through to get here. It's important to note that we have 2 lessees on the property that's being applied for: Hoodoo Ranch Holdings LLC and Mountain Holding Incorporated. They have all they are the grazing lessees on the parcels that have been applied for. The Wyoming State Shooting Complex Joint Powers Board has contacted both of the lessees and has obtained consent for the project. And we also understand that the current grazing activities should remain largely intact with the shooting complex, and both seem to be compatible at this point. Mr. Chairman, we have negotiated a rental structure for this lease, and it's calculated on a by-level use as conducted by the applicant, and will be reviewed annually prior to the anniversary date of the lease for any of the acreage adjustments. That is for high-level use. We've negotiated $150 per acre. For moderate-level use, $25 per acre, and low-level use, $5 per acre. For example, the project contemplates building an event complex. Obviously, that's a very large impact to the property, and that would be assessed at $150 per acre. But again, this would be reviewed annually and will be adjusted based on the level of construction that the project undergoes, at what time that can happen, and it will help the project in their financial picture be able to provide revenue back that can compensate for this lease payment as the revenue is increased and as it comes in. There is a floor also, Mr. Chairman, that's been put in place of $16,500 per year, so the payment won't go below that. That will be adjusted annually by 3.5% based on a 10-year weighted average of the U.S. Consumer Price Index and subject to 5-year rental reviews. The other important thing to note here is that the applicants requested a 75-year term, meaning that the lease would expire on April 1st, 2100. This is the second, would be the second lease approved by the board if approved for this amount of time. And the reason for this is that it's a state-sponsored, state-funded project, and to provide certainty back to the legislature that this project will be ongoing and wouldn't be at risk for non-renewal, they've requested this amount of time in the term. The recommendation is that the board approve this application for special use lease for a term of 75 years with an annual rental, as I described in the rental schedule, and not less than $16,500 per year, adjusted annually by 3.5% to offset inflationary pressure, and be subject to 5-year rental reviews. We further recommend that the Wyoming State Shooting Complex Joint Powers Board be required to place a sign on the site identifying the special use lease number. And approval of the application is contingent upon the legislature passing a bill that authorizes the state shooting complex as described and is subject to agreement by the Wyoming State Shooting Complex Joint Powers Board, adhering to any wildlife mitigation efforts recommended by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. And again, approval of the application is not to be considered approval of the applicant's estimated value of improvements. I just point out again that Mr. James Klessens is online and would stand for any questions.
Mr. Klessens, if you'd like to address the board, you have the floor. Mr. Klessens, it appears you are muted.
I was not online at the time, but good morning, sir. Members of the Slib, I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you today about this project. I think Mr. Crowder did an excellent job of laying out the negotiations, and I would credit him with being a better negotiator than I. But I'd like to just say we're really tickled to be here talking about one more step in our process to bring this state shooting complex to bear. I will let you know I have a couple other members of our local working group, Leanne Ryder, the newly elected mayor of the city of Cody, and Lee Livingston from the Park County Commission are also online if you wanted to direct questions to them. I do not have the ability to see whether they're still on. I know they were earlier. But when we started the discussions about the Senate File 169, the shooting complex legislation in 2023, our community took note of that immediately, and we began a pretty diligent process to win this project. We pull a broad coalition of people together, including our state legislators, city and county governments, chambers of commerce, the Buffalo Bill Center of the West, Cody Firearms Museum, economic development, the chambers, all of our industry partners in the community, and that is many, and as many shooters as we could find of all types to come in and weigh in on this process. The excitement for this effort was palpable in our community. It was incredible how excited people got about it, because we all know what a large-scale venue like this can do, not only for the Cody community and Park County, but for the state of Wyoming. So our group engaged with the task force trying to understand what it was that they had in their vision for what they wanted to create and what would work best for the state of Wyoming. So we traveled to other places, other states, to look at other facilities and to engage with other people who were involved in the industry to understand what would differentiate a facility from being a good facility to being a great one. We talk about world-class a lot, and that's what we intend to do. And we've set forth to make that happen with a facility in Wyoming that would rival the likes of Cameo in Grand Junction, Ben Avery down in Phoenix, the Clark County facility in Las Vegas. But our leadership in this process started with this caveat. We were not interested in building a facility that was going to become just one more public asset that needed the support of the government to keep it going. We wanted to make it self-sustaining, and we worked really hard with that in mind. So to continue that process, we built our business plan first, and then we responded to the application, from the task force, the RFQ. We went through that process, and as was indicated, we were selected overwhelmingly by the task force as the place to locate this center. I believe prior to the meeting, you were all provided a simple handout. It's a photocopy of a handout. It's not the original. But that gives you a lot of basic information on this project. I would invite any of you who happen to be in the Cody area and would like to see our site and check it out. We're always willing and able to get you out there, especially this fall. We've really had it good this fall. So what I will say is we put our best foot forward because we recognize the power that a state shooting complex can bring to not only us, but to the state. And we know this because we have really one simple reason that this works. Because every range in the country has the same equipment. Every range in the country has materially the same layout, but nobody has the landscape that we have. In fact, one of our design assistants who runs a major facility in the West stood on the peak of our land and said, "You can't find a better place in the United States to build a shooting complex than this." So he sees world-class just from the bare landscape without any improvements. So we know when we have the improvements in place, we're going to be a winner. So today we want to talk about the lease and the agreement that we've made with Mr. Crowder. I think you have that document in front of you, and he's worked pretty hard to bring us up. We were pushing the other way, but he wins. What we'd like to do is we'd like to ask that you'll go ahead and approve the lease with the Wyoming State Shooting Complex Joint Powers Board, which will be the official governance entity of this facility. Execute that lease so that we can work on this 1,956 acres of school land. We've had lots of conversations with Jason and with his team. We've come to an agreement that we believe is very workable. So at this time, I'd take any questions that you may have about this or the project or the lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klessens. Are there questions for Mr. Klessens?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Treasurer.
One thing that we've had at our shooting complex for a law enforcement academy is lead abatement. And I'm just wondering, what you guys have contemplated in that. It's not going to be a problem probably for 30 or 40 years, but you probably have a watershed there, and somebody may have some concerns at a later time. So I'm just wondering what discussions you've had on that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, that'll be part of the items that are contemplated by our design team, which is yet to be employed. But what we do know of other complexes in the fallout area for, say, the shotgun ranges, what they usually do is they will come in on a sporadic basis, and they basically mine the top 2 or 3 inches of the ground and sort the lead out, and then they sell it. In the other bunkers, the pistol bays, the bays where we'll be shooting long range or rifles, that's a concentrated area that we'll be shooting into, and so those are easy to harvest. Again, they take the top several inches of the soil and sift through it, sort out the lead, and they sell that as well. So that's what our plan is. There's a lot of guidance from our friends at EPA about how you do this. Our friends at the National Shooting Sports Foundation have given us some advice on it as well. But yeah, that will be contemplated thoroughly in the design.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Further questions? Any questions? Anyone online want to address the board? Other than Mr. Klessens? Mr. Klessens, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
If there is nothing more, I would entertain a motion.
Move approval
Of the director's recommendation?
Yep, director's recommendation.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Klessens. Congratulations.
The next item for the board's consideration is Board Matter G1. This is to consider applications for sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap lease. This board matter contains 7 new leases for the board's consideration. It talks about all of the lessees, their location specific to state trust land, and their proximity to population centers, as well as any identified landowner concerns or groundwater concerns. The director's recommendation is that the board approve these lease applications for sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap rock lease, subject to the referenced standard stipulations, and allow the director to issue these leases effective December 2nd, 2024.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer?
Yeah, are all these leases, are they so much an acre, so much a ton? What's our escalation clause on there? Because some of these things, I know when we start, building dams and different things, there's gonna be a huge amount of aggregate needed in these different areas. So I'm just wondering, if it's, I don't know how I want to say price gouging or whatever that might happen. I mean, are we proportional or are we just getting a flat rate per ton?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, if they're mining sand and gravel, that's 60 cents a ton. If they're doing borrow material, that's 25 cents a cubic yard. And then if they're doing riprap, that's $1.50 a ton.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think at some point in time, we need to consider a proportional amount on that, because if you get in a tight market and that goes up to like, $12 a ton and we're getting 60 cents when normally it's a lot less, then we need to look at some proportionality on some of that stuff. So at a percentage or something, or maybe it's, 60 cents a ton and 5% or something, so let's look at that. And I don't see consumer price adjustments in any of these contracts, is there? I mean, it's just a flat 60. We probably had that since what, 1952? Quite a while ago. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks. Further questions, comments? If there are none, I would entertain a motion. It's been moved, items on G1.
Second.
It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next matter is G2. This is to consider renewal applications for sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap rock lease. There are 4 applications for the board's consideration with the same information provided as far as distance from population centers, adjoining landowner concerns, and groundwater concerns. The director's recommendation is that the board approve the described renewal applications for sand, gravel, borrow material, and riprap rock lease, subject to the reference standard stipulations, and allow the director to issue the leases effective December 2nd, 2024.
Any questions, discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
On some of these, and I noticed one is like US Gold, that's gonna be an ongoing concern, and maybe a lot of these others are too, but are these just 2 or 4 year lease arrangements? What's the time period on these, and how long can we go if we wanted to do a longer term lease arrangement?
Mr. Chairman, the board's rules, this is the only mineral lease that's limited to this extent. It's only 2 years, and it's regardless of production category or not. So if it's producing, they still need to come in and apply for a renewal to move forward with it. We could amend the board's rules to allow for a longer period of time, but we're limited in that way for just these types of leases.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think there's some areas that maybe we need to identify for longer term leases, from the standpoint of it takes 2 years and a heck of a lot of money in some of these circumstances just to get to the point where you're going to get into production, and then to be subject to another lease that could be approved or not approved. It's getting to the point where I'm not sure why people actually want to be in the gravel business if there's no, I guess, consistency with the ability to have an ongoing concern, especially in this US Gold area here, where these guys are going to be here for a long time. And if you only got a 2 year lease, you can only contemplate having a 2 year contract with somebody. And so, I think that's something that we need to have some discussions on. And I don't think you just go across the board saying it's going to be a 10-year lease or something, but for everybody. But I think there are some areas that we need to identify that make more sense. I think really probably moving it to a 3 or 4 year lease to start with makes more sense, because that at least would allow somebody to get some of their money back on their equipment and different things that they've done, whether it was hiring engineers or prospecting or whatever, because you get all the money in there, and then you don't have a chance to recoup any of it. So,
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Further discussion, comment? If there is none, I would appreciate a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would move director's recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? Motion carries. We're almost done, so. The secretary has asked for a 15-minute break. Is there objection to that? Any objection? I hear none. We'll do a 15-minute break. Thanks. We're back, and I don't know if the auditor has joined us. She has, so we're ready to roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The last matter for the board's consideration for the Board of Land Commissioners is final consideration of a state trust land exchange in Sheridan and Laramie counties. The Volunteers of America, a nonprofit corporation, has proposed to exchange certain real property located in Sheridan County for state trust land located in Laramie County in a value-for-value exchange. The proposed exchange, known as the Volunteers of America Exchange, contemplates the disposal of 0.8 acres of state trust land in exchange for acquisition of 1.7 acres of private land owned by the VOA. On February 25th, 2023, the VOA nominated the 1.7 acres of its deeded land in exchange for 0.8 acres of state trust land. And at the time, the director determined that the exchange had merit to possibly meet the board's trust land management objectives and moved the parcels to the Category 2 disposal list and the Category 2 acquisition list in accordance with the board's rules. On August 3rd, 2023, the board directed OSLI to complete a detailed analysis of the proposed exchange and solicit public comments. Although the state of Wyoming holds 100% of the surface and mineral estate, the proposed transaction would only dispose of the surface estate. The state of Wyoming will retain all its mineral rights should the transaction be approved. Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to Mr. Booth for further detail about the exchange.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, an appraisal was then completed. Public comment was taken for a period of 60 days. Comments were solicited from both the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and State Historic Preservation Office. Public hearings were held in Laramie and Sheridan counties. Out of all of that effort, only one comment was received, and it was in support of the transaction. After the analysis was completed, it was confirmed that the exchange meets 2 of the 3 trust land management objectives. The first is to better meet the beneficiary's short and long-term objectives. It's important to note that the special use lease revenue on the parcel that the state currently owns is a little over $20,000 annually, and that's going to be lost if the exchange is approved. However, the state trust parcel appraises for $500,000, while the private property in Sheridan County, which the state would acquire if this transaction is approved, appraises for $645,000. The VOA, being the owner of the higher appraised land, has agreed to forego the requirement of a cash equalization payment to facilitate a value-for-value exchange. So thus, the state would realize an increase in the value of its land corpus by $145,000 as a result of the exchange. Additionally, the state trust land is estimated to appreciate at 4.5%, while the private property is expected to appreciate at 7%. Further, if approved, the state would reposition its ownership from a developed parcel with less opportunity to exchange, sell, subdivide, or develop in the future for a vacant parcel with greater commercial potential. The VOA parcel is located adjacent to Sheridan Memorial Hospital, a high school, and existing subdivisions, and therefore portrays a greater commercial value and improves portfolio diversification. The second objective this transaction meets is a specific school and/or community need. This is through the growth opportunities that exist as a result of its location and proximity to surrounding uses if acquired by the state. This board matter serves as the final step in the process to consider the exchange. The director recommends approving the completion of the proposed exchange and termination of the special use lease at the date of closing. Mr. Heath Steele, who represents the VOA, is in the audience if you'd like to ask him any questions. And I, at this time, would be happy to answer any questions too.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer.
Is this green rectangle the land that's being exchanged? It's really clear on the top one, but it's not so clear down here. I don't see it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, you got that correct.
Okay.
The green square in the bottom picture there represents what the state would acquire.
All right, thank you.
Further questions? If there are none, Mr. Steele. when the red's on, you're good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board. Heath Steele, Executive Vice President, Volunteers of America Northern Rockies. Grateful to be back here a year and some days later. What a process this has been. Simultaneous to this process was the award of the Slib board funding, the ARPA dollars, to build out the crisis stabilization facilities. I'm happy to announce that the crisis stabilization facility, which this board generously supported, was funded last October and was operationalized in July. Has been averaging 8 to 10 Sheridan, Johnson, Campbell County residents an evening. Also, the funds this board awarded were used to launch the construction here in Cheyenne of the new residential treatment facility that is sitting on the property adjacent to this trade. I'm happy to announce that program will be fully operationalized and occupied March 26th. This will be the first time in the history of Wyoming that I am aware of that there are beds for women and women with children here in Laramie County. The reason that this has been such a long process is to have the ARPA dollars and the private partners involved is that Peak Wellness Center many years ago built a rather large 10 to 13,000 square foot building on state-owned property, which is the property in question. So we have a very large physical asset which we utilize, and in the middle of that is an alleyway that had really has turned into quite an expensive process for us. That alleyway was full of dead-end utilities, did not meet ADH requirements. So we have worked closely with Interim Director Crowder to do some renegotiations in that alleyway to keep construction going. But the alleyway really brings very little value to the state. VOA and the state have been partners in this. We have redesigned this block. We have had to bring in a retention pond and multiple other things. While Slib had a very large investment, close to $2.8 million in the project, private Wyoming donors have brought close to $6.9 million into this investment. And we are now at a point where we will be doing final walkthroughs and final construction ownership here in early February. So getting this land swap done is of urgence to us. As we've said, we are going to take a loss in the property in Sheridan. We recognize it's next to the high school, next to the hospital, across from the surgical center, across from the fairgrounds. I do believe there's even some individuals potentially interested in purchasing that property currently. However, the disadvantage to us is the building that we operate out of and serve about 8,000 people a year is located on this piece of state-owned property here in Cheyenne. So I recognize that's a lot of information. This has been a really good learning process to go through, both getting new infrastructure built. I believe we're the first ARPA project up, operationalized, and opened in the state that I was here to ask you for support of about a year ago. And I believe this will be the second crisis stabilization facility up, operational, and ready to go here in the next 60 days. So this is the final piece to close the land swap. I would sure stand for any questions if there are any of me.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Questions? 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 Very good. Mr. Bump, are there any folks that want to comment on this? Not online. All right. With that, please, yeah, please approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job getting those things done on time.
Well, thank you, and thanks for your support.
Hi, my name is Rick Rothwell, and I live here in Cheyenne. I'm here on behalf of Ron Patterson. who lives in Sheridan and has been a Sheridan area builder for some 30 years. In that time, he's built over $45 million of properties in the Sheridan area. And he's very interested in entering the bid process, assuming that this land swap goes through. His plan would be to put a 40-unit senior center there in Sheridan. Ron actually owned this property some 20 years ago, and he sold it to some folks who were going to put up a cancer center in Sheridan. Unfortunately, that never came to pass. Ron's been very influential and in the economic development process in Sheridan for many years. In fact, he helped found Ford Sheridan a number of years ago. He's been awarded the Bravo Award by the Wyoming Business Report and the Wyoming Business Council in past years. Ron's background as a builder include building the 66-room Wingate Hotel. He built and developed Holly Ponds, which has 123 units of single-family dwellings, 60 townhomes, as well as a large amount of commercial space. In Falcon Ridge, he put a 40-unit senior living complex in. In the Havens, he put a 60-unit senior living complex in. He's put in an industrial development park where there was 10 lots and 8 have been built out. And he's a 30-year member of the National Association of Home Builders, and he's held board positions and advisory positions in local, state, and national home builder associations. Ron's already got approval from 3 commercial banks to move forward. So should the land swap go through, the state could quickly sell it. In fact, he's got preliminary approval from 3 banks, and he would like to start the development and construction in the spring of 2025. So as you're considering putting this out on bid, please look at the qualifications and proven development capabilities of the builders in question, as well as their economic development and love of the Sheridan community. This is going to be property that could be put to use quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Rockwell.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are you open to some sort of lease arrangement? I mean, rather than just a flat-out disposal?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm here. Ron is online, I know. So I don't know the answer to that question, Secretary.
I'd like us to look at, for the state's purposes, the potential for recurring income, which we had on the Laramie County parcel, but I'm a big believer in that, in diversification of approaches, but I think on this one, that's something I'd ask that we look at.
Okay. I will ask Ron. In fact, he's online, but I will ask him to get back to the board.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate your comment. It's a little probably anticipatory, but thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Further comments, questions in the room here, outside? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
I would move the director's recommendation that we approve the completion of the proposed exchange, terminate SU-0259 as of the date of closing, as the Volunteers of America is a current leasee in the party in which the state trust land will be transferred to.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, moved by the treasurer, seconded by the superintendent. Let me just call for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? This motion carries. I'd like to be recorded as an abstention because, as I mentioned in the preliminary discussion, I had served some 12 years ago on the Volunteers of America board.
Mr. Chairman, that is all the items for you for the State Board of Land Commissioners. Next would be the State Loan and Investment Board.
All right, thank you. We will adjourn as State Board of Land Commissioners and convene State Loan and Investment Board. What? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, today's State Loan and Investment Board meeting has been properly noticed as a regular meeting. The first item on the agenda is consideration of the October 3rd, 2024 regular meeting minutes, the October 28th, 2024 special meeting minutes, and the November 7th, 2024 special meeting minutes.
Okay, members of the board, you've had a chance to review minutes. I will take motions as they come.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Madam Superintendent.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would move to create a consent list of A1, 2, and 3.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? If there is none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We have a consent list.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the consent list.
Consent list has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Very good. That motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have provided the board with the usual reports behind tab B. We do not have anything to add at this time, but would stand for any questions.
Are there any questions for the matters behind tab B? Hearing none, please proceed.
Noting that we have provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each of you individually prior to the meeting, at this time I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would like.
What's the pleasure of the board? Entertain the suggested consent list? Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the following matters are amenable for treatment on a consent list. Board matter D1, board matters E1 and E2, and board matter F1.
Thank you. If someone would like to move the proposed consent list,
I would move the proposed consent list of D1, E1, and E2, and F1.
Second.
that motion's been made by the auditor, seconded by the treasurer. And if, yeah, please.
That matter you briefed us on the Green River situation, did that get resolved? You said that we were gonna watch it and monitor it. I guess you're saying post-board action.
Mr. Chairman, I would turn it over to Jennifer to see if we've had any more conversations about that.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary, we recommend moving forward with the Green River, City of Green River's request as proposed in E1.
Okay, further discussion? If there is none, I would entertain a motion to approve the director's recommendation on the consent list items, which conclude D1, E1, and 2, and F1.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. That motion's been made. Is there support for the auditor's motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? Those matters are approved.
Mr. Chairman, the following matters are brought by the State Treasurer's Office, so I will yield the floor to the State Treasurer for further explanation and recommendation of items J1, J3 and J4, K1 and K2.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, on J1, that is our quarterly approval of the rate. As you all know, this rate is figured on the monthly yield of the U.S. Treasury bill prior to the full calendar quarter, and which is the average. And if there's no questions, Mr. Chairman, I would just move to the motion that the State Treasurer requests that the board accept the recommendation of the TDOA rate to be established by using the one-year Treasury bill average for the full calendar quarter preceding this meeting, July 1, 24 through September 30th, 24. The rate of 4.46% will be for the third quarter of the TDOA contract year 2024 through 2025 to be effective January 1st, 2025 through March 1st, 2025.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? And just note, Mr. Treasurer, you keep getting higher rates than I ever did, so
They're nice, they sure are, Mr. Chairman.
Anyway, thanks. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next J2 is for informational purposes only. This has to do with the collateral deposits on the TDOA program. I'll just make a note that there are 12 of the banks that are not using the TDOA program. But we are over collateralized, Mr. Chairman. The collateral market value for all banks is $507 million. The amount out for TDO program is $329 million. So that is going up a little bit. Has to do with the percentage of the total deposits. I believe that's 5%, and that gives you the amount of money that we can use in the deposit program. So it keeps getting bigger. We'll have to see if there's anything left after this year's legislative thing to see whether it continues. So, Mr. Chairman, our next one is J3, and this is to designate Riverstone Bank with the state to be eligible as a state depository to receive a portion of the public monies. Riverstone submitted to the Treasurer's Office. We reviewed the formal application of Riverstone Bank to be designated a state depository, in which it has agreed to provide sufficient collateral. Riverstone has also provided the office its sworn statement of financial condition of the bank, as well as a board resolution. And Riverstone Bank on September 30th, 2024, called a report of the Federal Financial Institution Examination Council, as well as its balance sheet from that report. If there's any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, and Treasurer, what has been our due diligence on making sure there's no ESG agenda with these guys?
Well, Mr. Chairman, because they're a new bank, we really don't have any, I guess, background in this particular area. We're not required by the board to look at the ESG circumstances. We usually approve these folks and see how they act as Wyoming citizens as far as the banking industry, to see whether or not we continue in this program. So essentially, we bring them on board, we monitor them and see whether or not what they're doing. And as the Secretary is well aware of, is that all banks don't necessarily participate in financing wildcat oil exploration. A lot of them finance washers and dryers and car loans. And in that area, if they don't finance, different industries in our state, that's not their business model. And so they don't get any, I guess, marks against them for not doing that type of financing, because essentially they're not debanking. They're banking in areas of concern where they have areas of expertise, and we expect them to run a good ship and provide services to the general economy.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, why doesn't the ESG policy, I guess it has to do with investment managers, but if my skepticism on whether it does what it's purported to do, I've been told it's airtight. I have a lot of skepticism on the way it ultimately came out, the way it's worded. Why doesn't that extend to your analysis on these situations?
Well, Mr. Chairman, there are other areas that we're contemplating looking at outside of ESG. There has been some, I would guess, anomalies within some of our banks over the past election cycle as to essentially debanking contributions to different political areas. And so, you know, we look at other areas where we figure and try to find out whether or not our banks are actually operating as good Wyoming community services within and outside ESG. So we want to make sure that these folks are good, I guess I'd say, members of the community and don't necessarily operate in a way that's contrary to either our economy or in to a certain extent the values of the people of Wyoming. I know that's a little subjective, but we try to come up with actually objective standards in some of these areas, which we haven't. We're trying to find out whether or not these things happened on a national basis or whether it was just certain circumstances why some of these things occurred.
Well, and it looks like here that Riverstone merged with First State. First State is one of the ones that is, I think, more aligned with our core industries, I think. Don't quote me on that. I'm not a master at this, but you know, I guess why doesn't the policy though require extended depository institutions? Just because it just applies to investment managers? I mean, we gotta fix that.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
I've been skeptical
the policies on the TDOA are essentially statutory in many regards. Just what looking at the different depositories and stuff, you know, I try to cast a little bit wider net to understand how these banks are actually operating within our economy. And so, you know, that's something that if people want to contemplate that, you're certainly welcome to move that conversation forward. However, as I said before, is that banks have different business models. They have different areas of expertise. And you can't expect every one of them to be an agricultural bank or an energy bank that as you know, consumerism and services are, you know, 70–80% of our economy. That's where most banks are going to be doing their business.
Yeah, well, Mr. Chairman, I do think there's a little bit of a straw man there. I mean, there's a difference between being saying you're an agricultural or energy bank and then what other banks are doing, which is debanking those industries. I mean, there's consciously doing that. So that, you know, it's a different point I'm trying to make than I think you've been in this colloquy responding.
Interesting you brought up debanking. Actually, we are, because of our ESG policy, we essentially debanked our ability to make an investment in a coal-fired generated power plant. And that particular investment was brought about by the nation's largest company that has thermal generation in the United States. And that particular investment was an investment that would have been $100 million and made $50 million a year over the next 5 years. But because the statement that they had was so egregious as far as an ESG statement, that had process has been slowed down to the point where we will go back to that different company and we'll try to get them to actually change their ESG policy, which they were very, very on board to totally recant in a side letter. But we have to, I think, make a stronger effort in those situations to actually have them start changing what their ESG policies are. And these things are occurring, and they're occurring on a national basis where a lot of people are changing their letters, but they're not actually changing their actions. And so there's some different things that both the auditor and myself are members of the SFOF organization, and there are some different areas where we're trying to move forward And I think the state is moving forward in a lawsuit that was recently filed and signed, and our AG is signed on to address some of those different ESG, I guess, underlying misrepresentations. So, you know, there's a lot happening in the area of ESG. And there's going to be some, I think, some other areas in the TDOA program that are going to be brought up this year in the legislative process is why aren't your credit unions involved as a depository? So, you know, there's lots going on in the TDOA, and there will be some, I think, some, I guess, mechanisms which your concerns might be able to be addressed.
Well, that was actually leading into my next question. The credit union situation, you know, I assume that bill is probably going to come again. I don't think it did not pass in the 24 session, correct?
I don't think it's passed for the last 20 years.
Right. So one of the things that and look, maybe it's audience centric, but when they talk to me about it, they always say, you know, these banks, a lot of them have moved towards ESG and we're not into that, and have tried to make that argument that they're more positive in protecting our interests. What is your opinion on that? And do you have any objective criterion to evaluate that claim? Because I'm really interested in this, and I do think it's coming in the session.
So I'm trying to understand.
I think getting off topic.
Mr.
here a
Treasurer,
little bit.
if I may,
Yeah.
I mean, this is an interesting conversation.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
with regard to the matter before us, which is not the topic has gotten a little bit broad. Let me just put it that way.
I agree with you. I guess what I would say is that we can always take this conversation at another time, but I think what we do is at this time, Mr. Chairman, if there's no other conversations to be had, I would recommend the board approve Riverstone Bank to receive public funds on deposit, effective December 5th, 2024.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. I think we did this once before, but anyway.
Yeah.
So your discussion, sir, I just want you to kind of keep it
Well,
to
Mr. Chairman, I'm not-
Riverstone and to whether we should.
That's fine. I'm not sure I agree. You know, the issue relates to this because it's an issue of credit unions versus banks and the overall policy question there, which relates to the question at hand because we have a bank in front of us, and we're coming up on the session.
Just to be
too.
very clear, sir, it is a statutory issue that inhibits credit unions from being able to take state money. So we don't have the ability to give TDOA to credit unions at this point.
Yeah.
And we've had several discussions about where the locations are and challenges with that. It's been a long standing, but that is not a matter this board can settle. I understand the conversation. It will be taken up in the legislature, and I think that would be the appropriate place to discuss this versus that.
That's
But-
fine, Mr. Chairman. I like to talk
Thank you.
policy and it does relate in the way to the bank issue, but
I'd
yeah.
love to have gold-plated toilets through all
Yeah.
community banks.
Well,
if that
it's
was a
difficult to get a
possibility.
meeting with you sometimes, so sometimes I like to talk about these issues with you here while we're in a board, because I have to have like an agenda and a huge, you know, I just want to talk about the issue because it's very important to me, so thank you.
There you go again. Okay,
Okay, question, Mr. Chairman.
thank you. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays? That motion carries.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the next matter is J4. Essentially what that does is put the bank on the list that we just approved and modify the list of approved depositories. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board accept the treasurer's recommendation of the list of eligible depositories to receive public funds on deposit.
Second.
Been moved and seconded? Or is there discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay. Moving right along, Mr. Chairman, this gets to the area of manager approval. This is the hiring of real estate investment manager Carlisle Property Investors. I would ask that our CIO, Patrick Fleming, and our senior investment officer on real estate and infrastructure take this over. And so Patrick and Robin Preston. Are your mics working, gentlemen? Usually those down there once in a while have problems.
Test, test. Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Patrick Fleming. I'm CEO for the Treasurer's Office. Today, we bring forth Carlisle Properties. It's one of the real estate funds. But before that, I just want to highlight a couple things. First is just kind of an update for some of the new members, just to make sure they understand the process that we have. You're very familiar with RVK, our consultant, but also we have a consultant for real estate. So just to give you background, what happened here is Mark Bartman, who's online here with us, and Dan Kravinskas worked at RVK and then spun out to do their own fund or their own consulting firm called Allignum. That was then merged with Axia. And so at the time, RVK didn't have the real estate consultants. So what we did is we just split the contract. RVK reduced the fee to us. We use that monies then to finance the new real estate consultant. So that is where Mark and Dan has since retired, and Mark is now in charge of the fund, but that kind of gives you the background of what's happened. Just briefly, Axia, they have over 300 billion funds under advisory under management, I think 470 individuals. It's a major firm focusing on the alternative side of the business. And this is the one for real estate. So first of all, before we get into it, just so you know, I do believe Josh is online if there's any questions, but Mark will be the one addressing the consultant part of this fund because they are real estate consultants. So with that said, I also wanted to mention that the fund was unanimous by the Investment Funds Committee, and we had a little bit of time, short order, trying to get somebody because it's really difficult to get an Investment Funds Committee member saying, can you open up the entire day from, kind of 9 o'clock till 2 o'clock? A couple people were on standby, other meetings or what have you, but we do not have an IFC member today, but I do have the notes to mention what they had said. So first of all, it was unanimous, as I mentioned. The three main questions that was brought up was with Carlisle, it's 30% manufacturing housing, 30, am I correct on that number approximately? And Robin's going to go into much more detail on that, but manufactured housing is a different sector of what we've been into, which we've been really wanting to get into anyway. There's questions on manufactured housing. How would it hold up in a recession? Manufactured housing is, during the GFC anyway, was one of the best performing assets in the sector alone. Robin will get into more details, but he answered on that one that it would be very favorable if you had a similar type of recession in GFC, and we're talking about, the largest real estate sector recession / quasi almost depression in that sector. So it behaved very well as far as its relative performance. How would it fit into the existing portfolio? Robin's going to go into more detail on that, but that is what we were talking about before. It was an area that we've been looking at. It's really hard to find a manager to get into this sector, and Carlisle is one of the top managers. Also, Rob Stuckey, who runs Carlisle's real estate fund, he's been around, I think, 36 odd years. He's one of the best, well-known person in the industry for many, many, many years, and is their key man risk. But Robin pointed out that there's numerous other people within the firm. There's junior person, but also across the firm they have Chip Lyman, 26 years, Mark Schoenfeld, 32 years, Barbara Murphy, 24 years with Carlisle in the business. So there's a lot of people underneath it. Anyway, those were the three main questions from the IFC, and as I said, it was a unanimous vote. There were some very good questions asked, but there wasn't anything really brought up that had any issues whatsoever from the IFC. So before I pass it over to Robin, and then Mark will comment after that, do you have any questions for me?
Questions for?
Thank you,
Nope.
Mr. Chairman, members.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, is this working?
It is.
Firstly, CIO Fleming was absolutely right. Manufactured housing is 30%. My name is Robin Preston, and I'm responsible for real estate and infrastructure. And today, I would like to present for your consideration the Carlisle Property Investors Fund, also known as CPI. I'm hoping that this opportunity will be somewhat simpler to understand than the recent IDR deal. But I would like to mention that the first part of the IDR transaction has just closed. And fund discounts in the secondary market are now shrinking. So it feels like this transaction may have been particularly well timed. So I'd like to thank you all for the expedited approval of that fund. Okay, so coming back to Carlisle, I do not intend to repeat all the background material that I covered during IDR. I'm just going to say that Wyoming has been underweight commercial real estate in recent years, and during this time, the asset class has struggled. So this has been beneficial to the state. However, we are now becoming more optimistic about commercial real estate, so are looking to try to get the fund back to our target allocation.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry to interrupt. Did you say, you said underweighted? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next, oh, sorry. How's this? Okay, so the next step in this process is to increase our residential exposure. So since taking over the portfolio in 2019, we have expressed to you an interest in overweighting the industrial and residential subsectors. If you recall, additional industrial exposure was expressed via real term in early 2020. And we're now looking to add, with your approval, additional residential exposure via Carlisle. A discussion of why we are drawn to residential is included in the appendices to the material that you should have already received. However, if I was to summarize, it really is quite simple. The US has a sizable housing shortage. This is due to insufficient new home construction dating all the way back to 2008 and continuing to this day. This is particularly true for the lower end units. So like real term, the Carlisle Fund is characterized as an open-ended core plus vehicle. As the name suggests, open-ended core plus funds are typically structured very much like open-ended core funds. They represent slightly higher levels of risk than core funds, but lower levels of risk when compared to traditional non-core strategies, such as value-added or opportunistic. Concentration risk is one of the main differentiators between core and core plus, as core plus is not required to diversify between property types, allowing it to be a convenient tool for expressing sector views, like the overweighting residential that we're going to talk about today. Maximum leverage for core and core plus funds is also typically very similar. However, in recent years, core plus funds often run closer to their leverage caps than do core funds. The risks inherent in the underlying buildings are also very similar, with most of the portfolio being stabilized. What does stabilized mean? It means that the occupancy of the building is high. Most core funds will typically have around 10% of their portfolio in riskier strategies, such as development. Carlisle, in contrast, has 0, so by this metric would be less risky than a typical core fund. We consider Carlisle to be well positioned within the residential sector itself, with exposure to property types that are likely to benefit from existing demographic trends. So this includes millennials wanting to form families, so seeking to move out of apartments into the greater space of single-family homes. Another trend is the aging of the boomer generation. This is expressed via active adult and senior-focused manufactured housing. It should be noted that many of Carlisle's residential property types are much, I'll call it, stickier than their core fund peers. For example, core funds tend to own a lot of apartment buildings. On average, apartment tenants lease their units for around probably a year and a half. In contrast, a typical manufactured housing tenant will stay in that unit for 10 years. Just as an aside, I've always been a huge fan of manufactured housing, and manufactured housing is one of the reasons that drew us to the Carlyle Fund. So the Carlyle Fund isn't a pure play manufactured housing fund, but it does have a significant holding. And one of the reasons I really liked manufactured housing is no subsector of real estate performed better during the great financial crisis than did manufactured housing. The problem has typically been it's really hard to find it. But it feels like we have an opportunity today because of the recent turmoil that we've been through with commercial real estate. Anyway, this speaks to the denatured risk of the underlying properties in the Carlyle Fund, even when compared to the Odyssey universe. It should also be noted that slightly over 20% of the Carlyle Fund is in non-residential property types, and this will have some overlap with our existing managers. Carlyle's exposure to industrial is primarily truck terminals and outdoor storage. So if you recall, this is very similar to our significant real-term exposure. At 9% of the Carlyle Fund, and assuming we invested 250 million, this would represent roughly 23 million of incremental exposure to these assets. We do very much like these assets, but just wanted to make the board aware. The other significant overlap is medical office. So Carlyle has a 10% exposure here, so would represent 25 million of incremental medical office, and this would overlap with the smaller position in the Hamas Value Added Fund. My last comment would be that the commercial real estate market has struggled during the last few years. We've already discussed how our being underweight real estate has benefited the state, but being positioned in core plus instead of value-added or opportunistic strategies has further mitigated potential investment losses to the state during this period. And with that, I would like to pass it on to Mark Bartman from Axia, who will give you a more detailed analysis of the Carlyle Fund. Or I could also answer questions.
Any questions? If not, Mark, it's good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you again for having me back to discuss Carlyle today. I'll try to keep it brief and not duplicate commentary already made by CIO and Robin. But this is an opportunity. Carlyle Property Investors, a fund we've tracked for a very long time, and we think it is very uniquely positioned, particularly because of the existing exposures that are differentiated, and we feel very well positioned to outperform on a go-forward basis. It also fits quite well into the Wyoming existing real estate portfolio, as we mentioned. This is an open-ended fund that was incepted in 2016, and that's important to note when we compare it to other open-ended core and core plus funds that have a little bit longer history. We actually think the more recent launch and establishment of this fund within the past decade actually benefits it today in the market compared to a lot of other funds. And it benefits it primarily from two avenues. The first being the relative recent vintages of the assets that it acquired. And what I mean by that is a lot of other core and core plus funds are struggling today in the market to raise new equity because they're saddled with older vintage legacy, formerly primary asset class exposures that are no longer viewed as positively in the capital markets. And by that, I'm really kind of singling out hospitality, retail, and office in particular. This fund uniquely does not have any exposure to those primary sectors, those sectors at all, but rather it is essentially an alternative residential fund. 80% of the exposure is in various forms of residential. So that's the manufactured housing, that's single family rentals, traditional apartments, and the active adult that has been noted. And we think these sectors in particular are primed for continuing outperformance, really driven by those demographic trends Robin mentioned of aging millennials and the aging baby boomer generation. The other reason why kind of the newer fund it benefits its as primary differentiators versus the market is there is no redemption queue currently in this fund. A lot of the core Odyssey funds and other core plus funds have really been saddled by liquidity constraints in the last 2 to 3 years from investors trying to redeem interest to pull out of their investment. That is not the case with this fund, and we think that's critically important in the go-forward market that this fund is able to attract new investor capital to be able to acquire new assets in the market today, as opposed to those other funds saddled with redemption requests, having to play defense and sell assets to fund redemptions. CPI is not in that position. In fact, we know CPI has pretty strong momentum in the capital markets of accepting new investor equity, and we do expect there to continue to be building an incoming entry queue because of the positive dynamics of this fund. So that we think that's a key differentiator for this fund in the market. A couple of the risks that have not been mentioned, I will hit on here. While we think we are broadly a better position today in the broad real estate market for a recovery, there is no certainty of bottoming or troughing of valuations. Roundabout in real estate land, various sectors and strategies are off 15 to 35% from pre-rate hike peak valuations, and that's a sizable correction. But the go-forward picture for valuations is, dependent upon macroeconomic and interest rate views. So there's no certainty that this is a bottom. I will say, and I'll reiterate what Robin had mentioned, we are getting a lot of market feedback points that the market believes that we're close to a bottom and is really on the way up. A part of that is through monitoring the discounts that people are acquiring secondary interest in funds at, and those have really dissolved really in the last couple quarters. So that's a very notable market note that valuations may have corrected entirely at this point. Secondly, this is a core plus open-ended fund, and what that means, it has slightly less liquidity mechanisms for new investors. There's a 2-year lockup for new capital, so that should be discussed with the board and aware. Thereafter, there's quarterly redemption periods, which is normal for open-ended funds, but there is the 2 years of lockup. Giving our view of pacing and the underweight to real estate in core and the non-core portfolio for Wyoming, that's less of a concern in our opinion, but something that certainly should be noted. Lastly, the CIO mentioned it, but Carlisle's real estate platform is somewhat uniquely, I don't want to say dominated, but I want to say led very strongly by Mr. Rob Stuckey. He has been at Carlisle for the better part of 30 years. He is a very well-regarded figurehead in real estate, but he has quite substantial control over this fund and their opportunistic fund series, Carlisle Realty Partners, essentially being the veto vote on investments. So Mr. Stuckey's involvement and continued involvement in Carlisle and in this fund is crucial for continued success. While they do have a very deep bench, and a lot of the MDs in the real estate platform have been there for 20 plus years alongside Mr. Stuckey, we do note that unique dynamic. Of course, there's some protection here after the expiration of the lockup for 2 years. Should that change from a decision-making standpoint and something that we would view not favorably, the fund position would be open for redemption. I will stop there. I know it's been a long day for everyone, but I'm very, very open and welcome to address any questions the board might have.
Thank you. Are there questions? Mark, 2 questions. I think you mentioned there's a 2-year lockup on new capital. I think you also mentioned that there was no redemption queue. Are there gates?
Sir, there's never been gates in this fund. I'm not sure they've never had a redemption that's not been satisfied in its history.
Okay, thank you.
16.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Mr. Treasurer.
I move that the recommendation that the board select the fund Carlisle as a state real estate investment manager conditioned upon approval of material terms and successful contract negotiations.
Thank you. It's been seconded by the superintendent. Is that correct? Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Nays? The secretary is a no.
Thank you for that, Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Charles will address the material terms. Thank you.
Thanks.
Does that help?
Yes.
Investment
Yeah,
Counsel.
that's much better.
For the
Thank you,
State
Charles.
Treasurer's Office. I will endeavor to summarize the material terms related to the Carlisle property investment. As has traditionally been the case, we have provided you with quite a bit of detailed printed material, the largest majority of which we don't highlight in detail here in person because it may be proprietary, but also because we simply want to hit the highlights. And I know the primary concern for everyone is the fees and expenses related to this. At our investment level, we're going to see an 85 basis point fee off the top for the $200 to $300 million range. That would be lowered to 80 basis points if we went over the $300 million range. In addition to that, there will be an incentive allocation to the fund manager of 10% following a 7% threshold. So you'll be seeing, we'll be preparing a number of different documents related to this, including the limited partnership agreement, the subscription booklet, a confidential private placement memorandum, a Wyoming-specific side letter, and a Wyoming-specific subscription agreement. As Mr. Bartman explained, this is an open-ended fund with a 2-year lockup. We'll be seeing quarterly distributions following the 2-year lockup. And then the negotiations that we'll be undertaking include all of the Wyoming-specific things that must be mandatory. Understand that a lot of the stuff in the printed material, we're still negotiating, so we won't know until final approval whether or not we can actually reach agreements on some of the underlying things. But a lot of this stuff is very state-specific that we cannot move forward without. That includes their acknowledgement of the limited liability of the state, acknowledgement of our Public Records Act and access via the Wyoming Public Records Act, our sovereign immunity provisions, indemnification and exculpation, so we will not be able to indemnify. Arbitration, that's a subject that we cannot do by statute, so that'll also be included in the side letter provisions. And the jurisdiction and governing law making Wyoming the choice venue in any dispute with us. In addition to that, one of the other items is that I wanted to mention and bring to your attention is that leverage is permitted in this, but it is capped under their limited partnership agreement to no more than 55% of the total portfolio. So healthy thing to bring to note in a fund of this size, and this nature. In addition, and there's always a subject related to ESG, the ESG policies and the extractive industries. In this particular case, because of the nature of the fund, ESG really isn't applicable that much, but they have agreed that their potential transactions aren't going to be determined by an ESG policy, but rather the election of highest risk-adjusted rate of return. So, and then we will hopefully be pushing for, we haven't got an agreement yet, but we'll be pushing for the opportunity to be excluded from any investment that does not meet our investment policy statement. So they will also be getting a copy of that investment policy statement as part of this. I believe they already have it. I'll stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So recognizing that some of this is still not completely agreed upon, does that come back to the board? How we're kind of in interesting space of approving that, I suppose.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I'm glad you brought that up. This is an ongoing process, and typically what we have made, Robin is very good about including me early on in the process. So we get to meet the players and I get to see who I'm working with. Sometimes there's a lot of negotiation about individual words within a side letter provision. So we can't exactly, I can't stand here and represent to you that it's going to say exactly this, but we do know those things that are Wyoming specific, or we just simply can't do the deal. And then there are certain items that we will negotiate until we finally get to the point where we're satisfied and they're satisfied. Keep in mind that there's a sort of a check and balance in this process as well, because after I've finished my negotiations, I send the proposed side letter provisions in the LPA to the Attorney General's office. And the Attorney General looks this over to ensure that we haven't gotten lost in the forest. So I wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that when I represent side letter provisions here, those aren't set in stone. Those are essentially at this point a wish list. And only after approval do we finally get to their agreement. Because they don't want to expend a ton of resources until we've got approval. So.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Mr. Secretary.
I'm okay.
Mr. Gray, I had two questions. One, yeah, I'm glad you brought up the leverage issue, and then also on the reinvestment and recall. Obviously, if they have a leverage issue, would that be an expense of the partnership to honor that potential debt?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the question. I had the same question. I'm going to leave that the final answer to Mr. Bartman, but no, we're talking about debt following a net distribution or a net calculation. So that's my understanding. And as far as the leverage issue, I mean, it's the nature of the fund. If they're going to take advantage of somebody's position in the market, they may be accepting some debt associated with it. That's why they've made it a point to show good faith and limit their debt liability.
It's still pretty substantial liability.
Note that I'm not arguing with Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'll add just regarding the leverage limitation. It is standard practice for these open-ended funds and closed-ended funds for that matter to have a stated leverage maximum in their documentation. There's typically cure periods associated with that and revenues where they may go over that limitation for a short amount of time, and there'll be certain things they'll have to do to reduce that to within the limitation. I would say, considering this is a core plus fund, the 55% limit is within the market range of what we see for core plus funds. For core funds, lower risk funds, those are typically limited to 40%. And if you go higher on the risk return spectrum into the value add and opportunistic, you're typically setting stated leverage limitations of 65, 70, and up to 80% LTV in the fund documentations. So this is within the range of what we see for core plus funds, and certainly lower than what we see for the value added and opportunistic funds, which are higher risk and therefore have higher latitude with respect to how much debt they can take on.
Okay, thank you. So the second question, it's a bit awkward, but just to say, in my time in the treasurer's position, we never brought material terms until they were pretty well complete. In fact, I think they were fully complete when we brought that. In this case, it feels like it's kind of like, trust us. And I apologize for the awkwardness, but I just wanted to call it out.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly respect your position on that. I would love to come here and be able to promise you these things are done. The issue is because we go through IFC, we get the initial threshold to continue our negotiations with them, and then we come back to Slib. While, and as I've indicated, Dr. Preston's very good about getting me involved very early, so I know the players, I get to talk to everyone. But typically, a lot of the fund managers and their internal personnel they don't want to talk to me until after we've gotten approval. You know, and we're doing everything we can to. I'll never lie to you. I'll never come to this board and lie to you. But I want to say this is where we are. This is where I think I can be. And if it gets too far off track, then you'll just know that this never happened. You know, I understand that. I would love to come in here and tell you this is a done deal. These are the side letters. I would love to distribute a side letter to you because I'd like to have this done well ahead of time.
Right. I fully understand that.
I just can't because of the nature of, you
Right.
know, all of these funds. They're just saying, well, if we don't have approval yet, we're not going to waste lawyer time on it. You know.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
It's just
Mr.
on a
Fleming.
historical basis. Obviously, with our time together, we didn't have as many alternative assets coming through. So we weren't presented, you know, just as you know, as we're moving more into the alternative sector, we get more and more of these. But it has been a common practice that we would do those together. It's just that they weren't as frequent, or we'd have more information working with them. And the one thing that I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of is the approval process that you do is with successful negotiations. And there are funds that we have done that we will not approve. They won't take our sovereign immunity. And we're like, no, that's just not negotiable. So what Charles was referring to, there's a certain, the main component of, all of the Wyoming statutes affirming that they are going to follow our IPS. That's not negotiable. If they ever come back and say any of those things, then it's dead on arrival. So the kind of wordsmithing of the contract or whatever, where Charles would say, well, we want to say this word, and they say, well, I don't like that. That's kind of what the only negotiation part. There is nothing in any of these contracts where we would then negotiate away the core principles of what we've had. And Charles, if in your negotiation with them, pray tell, but if they ever said in any of the things that are hard fast, we absolutely have this, they have ever said no, because if that's the case, then it's just dead on arrival and we won't even bring the fund.
Fleming, it's interesting because I'm not sure that it's ever been reported to this board that you approved this manager. We couldn't come to agreement on the terms, and so we did not fund.
Mr. Chairman, it's been much more predominant in the hedge fund that we have with Grosvenor. So in that fund, there's about 25 funds that we have that we manage in, it's called Grosvenor C, and there's about 28 funds in Grosvenor B. And so every time we bring in one of these new hedge fund managers, we have to go through the negotiation, and Grosvenor does that on our behalf, but we have to sign off on those. And there's been numerous hedge funds where we have just said, sorry, they're not, no, if they will not accept our terms, then we will not invest with them. But that would not be something where it's been one of the main funds that we've done, but it's been within the hedge fund community, which has happened, less than 10, but and many of those funds where Grosvenor won't even bring to us, it's like, nope, they will not negotiate on the side letter, so we're not even going to bring this to your attention. We really love them, but sorry, we can't do it.
Well, and I appreciate that, and I'm not trying to be difficult here. I just would note that, for lack of a better phrase, they're sort of a doorman for us in that endeavor. We approve Grosvenor, and they then go on and do their stuff, just like venture and other things would be in similar kinds of investments. But this one, I think we're talking about taking that on ourselves. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and this is no different from all of the alternative funds that we've had, where it is contingent upon successful negotiation. So this is not anything different than any of the other funds that we've had. It's just that we don't have the final terms that, as Charles said, they don't negotiate with us until we get this passed. But unless there's something that I'm not aware of.
If I may add, Mr. Chairman, I've only been here just a little more than a year, and you've known the number of deals we've handled. Since I've been here, this has pretty much worked this way, where they won't talk to us until after we've gotten approval. They talk to us. We initiate the conversation, but they won't make any final decisions, and we don't get much feedback on our proposed language until after approval. I can reveal to you that this board had approved a manager.
I'm aware of that, but that was a little different.
But no, but we have just recently have gotten in a huge argument over indemnity, and House Counsel has jumped in and helped me out on this as well, the Attorney General, and we may very well walk away from the deal. But ultimately, we've always been in a position, because we have a Constitution that's very clear on what we need in supporting statutes, that they come around to our way of thinking ultimately. So, I don't want to represent, I won't represent that these are final deals ever, but I will tell you that I'm going to stand by what we know we have to do, or it won't get done. So,
Mr. Gray, just wondering about this, the manager's been approved, so that question's over.
Yes.
Does this give you better leverage to negotiate?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, absolutely, yes.
But I'm saying in the absence of approval of the material terms here, does it give you better leverage to have final documents before us?
in the absence of approval?
Of
If it
the
could
material terms.
Mr. Chairman, if it could convince the board to approve a fund manager because we have the final terms, then certainly that would provide me a lot more, would provide the officer with a lot more leverage. But unfortunately, I mean, we can only get communication with them. We can't get commitment until after we've been approved.
And you've been approved.
As of, yeah, but.
As of today.
Yes.
So presumably you could
Yes.
come with more complete material terms. And I'm not trying to be difficult here. I'm just saying I'm trying to follow logic.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I presume because they have been easy to work with thus far, we won't have any problem getting every single one of these through exactly as we write them.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Secretary, then Superintendent.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've been listening to this conversation the last 15 minutes, and I've been, kind of chagrined by it, because these are points that I've been trying to make in the amendments I've been trying to bring to the material terms, that these are not finalized, that we need to stake a strong negotiating position. And one saying that there's going to be a side letter that we don't even know what it says makes zero sense. And that it makes no sense, one, to have the material terms after the approval, but on the same day as the approval of the manager. So it's interesting it came up now, but these are points that have guided this amendment that, if the motion is brought, I'm probably going to bring, I'm going to be bringing, that have been making here for quite a few meetings. That one, the negotiation hasn't even begun, and our negotiating position is weakened by approving these material terms. And I appreciate that Mr. Gray brought that out finally more explicitly, but this has been going on for some time.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe some clarification of the office that this is kind of a different situation that we find ourselves in. Am I incorrect? And it's more than just the ESG component.
Mr. Chairman, no, this is common. This is what we do all of the time. But Secretary of State Gray, it strengthens our position. It doesn't weaken us, because now that they know that it's been approved, all they have to do is agree to our terms. So it's not weakened, it's actually strengthened. And that's why they don't want to talk to us until we have approval. Once it's approved, then they say, oh, okay, well, we're going to get $200 to $300 million with the 80 basis points fees. If there's ever, rarely do you sit there and then you go to the manager and go, oh, by the way, your attorneys are not going to approve our sovereign immunity or whatever. They're like, oh, 1 second, let me get on the phone. I'll be right back to you. And boom, it's done.
Mr. Chairman,
And reasonable people
Wait,
can.
the second.
Well, you just called me out.
No, the superintendent has the floor. So
Just to follow up then, so would it be more appropriate then if changing the structure of our meetings that we're approving the manager and then subsequently approving the material terms? Not at the exact same time?
That would be up to the board and the treasurer to decide. That's not our purview to make those decisions.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, I certainly respect that. I think that would enable me to come in here with a much more definitive list and provide you with the actual side letter itself. But I concur with Mr. Fleming. This provides us tremendous leverage, and particularly as it relates to if I'm negotiating with their counsel, regardless of whether it's in-house or outside counsel, and I say we just cannot get where we need to be on this. This is an absolute. I tell Robin, and man, that matter's fixed like that because they want our $250 million. So it's to Secretary Gray's point, I think it does provide us a tremendous amount of leverage. It's a huge hammer to say, you've already been approved, you want the money or don't you? Because I can walk,
Superintendent, anything? Oh,
Mr. Chairman, I mean, reasonable people can disagree on, I just think that, I don't think this structure makes any sense. It appeared the governor had come to this position. I don't know if now, we'll see where they end up, but this is what I've been trying to say and part of what has guided this amendment. And yes, it's has to do with all the material terms, but I had pinpointed one portion that I'm particularly passionate about. But I just don't think this makes any sense from a negotiating perspective. And it has been a point I've been trying to make. And anyway, that's where I'm at.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, and I don't want to be out of turn.
No, please.
I have, from a structural standpoint, I have a lot of issues with how these things are presented 5 minutes after we get approval of a manager. And a lot of our investment officers don't often include me as early as Dr. Preston does, which I appreciate, because it's easier to work with people when you can put a face with a name. And we're often on a protracted timeline after we get approval. We have a certain funding date we've got to get to. So all of these things cause me a tremendous amount of concern, and this seems like a very cumbersome, unnecessary process to go through all this with it separated the way it is. At the same time, it appears as though we've got to address, the State Treasurer's Office and the investment officers, our Chief Investment Officer, the Treasurer himself, and this board would be well served to address the pace at which we approve not only the managers, but the material terms as well, because we may lose very good opportunities as a result of the timeline. And recently, we've run into a lot of trouble with the public portion of this material being available on Slib's website. There's now AI bots that scrub this and distribute it, and that puts us at a disadvantage. It puts the Treasurer's Office at a disadvantage in negotiation when we're buying on a secondary market and possibly embarrassing the seller. So that's all I need to say about that.
Yeah, and Mr. Gray, I appreciate that. And I also know that in my tenure in the Treasurer's Office, we were not looking as opportunistically at fund openings. We had a different pacing of how we did this. And you know, I applaud the fact that we're much more nimble. And I applaud the fact that we're able to take advantage of circumstances in a much more aggressive and timely way. And I think we've all worked hard to get to that point. The difference is, and I think Betsy's in the back of the room to sort of, you know, confirm this or not. The difference is that we had, you know, probably because of a more languid pace, the opportunity to really make sure that the material terms were solid, or for the most part, in place. I mean, you know, you might have a provision that wasn't quite inked at that point or whatever, but it wasn't to the same degree as, and I understand exactly what you're saying. The unfortunate thing I think about a public fund is that they've got to be relatively transparent, unlike private investors, and that's a challenge that we've always had. And I'm not sure exactly what we do about that. The statute does require this board to approve the material terms. So we're sort of under the constraints that we have. The world might be more perfect in a different iteration, but that's what we have right now. So I guess I come back to saying, and I'm asking of the board here, if we have a more complete set of material terms, you know, would that be something that this board could convene, as we have done from time to time, you know, by either Zoom or somewhat more immediately for that particular issue?
Yes.
Madam Superintendent. And Mr. Treasurer, I should ask you your thoughts on this, because this really does affect your office, but.
Yeah, it definitely affects our office. And what I would say is that actually the way the process is now, even though it's somewhat cumbersome, the approval of these material terms, which all of the material terms that's provided here essentially include all of the mandatory terms that the state has in contract with the AG. And so that puts us in a position where if it's kind of the ball is in their court now, that if they want to continue the contract negotiations, they have to do so on what this board says. So you actually the board actually enters into the contract negotiations to hold the manager's feet to the fire that says, yeah, they are going to, abide by Wyoming law. They're going to give us the immunity that's in the Constitution, all of those different aspects. And so the whole list of the mandatory things are in the material terms. So this board is saying, if with the approval, is that unless you approve to our mandatory material terms, essentially the negotiations are over. Because if they don't approve to this on the outset, and then we get into the minutia and the specifics that are to each manager that are necessarily different in every manager. And so, and that's when you get to actually have the big ticket that we write. People don't want to walk away from $250,000 or $500 million. And so that really just kind of squeezes them. And because you guys have already approved it, the board's already approved it, and you're actually giving the team over here the negotiating strength to say, okay, look, it's our way or the highway on these things. And by the way, these are the things that we need to make sure that we complete this. Now, some of the things that we negotiate that are on the outside, a lot of those different things, and this is where we get into the problems that we had with the Occidental thing, where everything was out in public. And I think Charles brought it up. And what we have been talking about internally is that, well, maybe, where we have our different executive meetings, that could actually be essentially looked at, a lot of these are terms that necessarily are privileged and confidential information that aren't in the public arena, that we could give those terms during our executive sessions, and actually you'll know what those different things are. So you know full well what everything is, but we're getting to this arena now where it's so competitive between these managers that the privileged and confidential information that gets, I guess, put out there in the public forum that we operate in, essentially it's getting to be problematic. I mean, it was totally problematic in Occidental. We ended up being a strong man because everything was out in public. But it's essentially contract negotiations and getting legal advice from our attorneys about these particular terms. And I think that's something that we might have to look at in the future is making sure you have everything, and especially in those things that are privileged and confidential, but they are done in an executive committee that is privileged and confidential, so we don't have that problem that we have now, and it's getting bigger and bigger as we do more and more of these type of investments. But really, the structure that we have right now, you guys, and when I say you guys, it's the Slib board is giving the structural negotiation power. It's in this team's court over here, and without that, if we wait and we wait and we wait, then these guys think that, well, maybe the operating under Wyoming law is still on the table, and that just extends everything out. So you by approving these are basically saying, okay, these are things that are not negotiable. And then the negotiations go quicker, because then you get down into some of the fine points that essentially are not the mandatory things. And in the mandatory things, that list, as we go through more and more of these, it gets longer. And these things get longer. So because we know things that we just have to do. And in every one of these, as far as ESG, they get a copy of our investment policy statement. The ESG is in that. So all of those things are already provided for. They have to comply to that. And then they know that they don't get the money because the board has approved these. They didn't approve something that didn't have ESG in it. They didn't approve something that didn't have the other mandatory aspects that we really, we just won't do it any other way. And so even though this is a little cumbersome, I think that it actually provides the streamlining to a certain extent of the whole process. Even though it's a little cumbersome, it actually makes the next process go a lot smoother.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would then, Mr. Treasurer, it be the case that if we were able to flush out every, bit of this misinformation of material terms, whether it be an executive or public, that would provide the office even more leverage, knowing that we have outlined everything. There's no room for negotiation in that sense. Does that make sense?
Well, I think that where this part of it is here, I think I think it gets all that negotiating off. I guess if you're looking at some type of a process where we would have a review or the side letter or something, and I guess maybe what you're looking at is maybe a dual step approval process. Am I reading into that what you're thinking, or?
Mr. Chairman, perhaps. I mean, I think the crux of the difficulty here is having to take a public vote on something that we don't know all of the final details on. And so that's, I think, the issue.
Yeah.
And I think, just to weigh in here, negotiating with a committee would be very difficult. So that is a practical implication. What I think is, what we were doing, I'm not saying what we did was right, but what we were doing was saying, here are the material terms and conditions, and these are the general principles that we have negotiated. And I think our conversation here, if I understood it, was more like, these are the things that we will not negotiate on. These are the things that are going to be in the final agreement, which is so one's a priori, the other's a posteriori. And what I'm struggling with is, within the listing of this, there are certain things like the ESG policy that are sort of mandatory, right? That's something we've done. But there are other things in here that are more, like the leverage. That's more esoteric and probably attendant to the particular deal. So, and then the motion, just to finish, Robin, the motion is to recommend that the board approve, but there's no conditioned on successful negotiation, which was the sort of form of the traditional motion. So, there.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to do this to you, Charles, but I kind of get the impression that Mr. Gray is never going to say that something is final until it's absolutely, totally finished. So and I'm obviously not a lawyer, so Mr. Gray can correct me on everything that I'm about to say that's wrong. But it almost feels like the material terms can be broken down into two categories. So a lot of them will be fund related, and yeah, Mr. Gray is not going to say that they're finalized, but these are pretty standard. So you can have a high degree of confidence that those will be in the form that they're expressed today. And then the second set is related to Wyoming specifically, and my understanding is we pretty much have to get them or we're going to walk away. How did I do?
Exactly. Mr. Chairman, that's what I want to represent. What I present to you guys, you as a board, is the summary of material terms. These are the things that are material to me. Now, there's and Betsy can back me up on this, there are a ton of things that go into a side letter that often I ask, why? Why do I care? But it doesn't hurt us. There are things these are material terms. These are things that I'm demanding. These are things that I am not going to do the deal on. And as I explained, we have one right now that was previously approved months ago that we're holding our ground. We will not budge. We will not write a check. And they're going to come around. That's why the approval is a large hammer in the leverage game.
Yeah, please, Secretary.
Getting back to your original question, the answer on whether we can convene and handle these matters more ad hoc, the answer to that is yes. And I think that's one of the reforms that we should be making. And we talked about this earlier when the Board of Land Commissioners waived a lot of its authority. I think that we should be meeting more. And if we have to do a virtual thing in order to get people to be able to attend, that's fine. But I think we should be meeting every 2 to 3 weeks for more pro forma actions of the office from the land commissioner's perspective and for more updates from a negotiating perspective on the investment side. And, as we've made this point over the past year on the weakened negotiating position from approving the material terms ahead of time, there's a couple points I want to, that keep coming up that I want to clarify. I mean, especially in the ESG perspective, to move this negotiation to a side letter and not having strong material terms on the front end, it weakens our position. And then to say that, that when the investment advisor or the manager, if they receive the IPS, that doesn't mean they've agreed to it. And so I think that's another important point to make. So yes, there are things like statutory provisions that at the front end, Mr. Gray, the other Mr. Gray can at the front end say, look, these are statutory provisions that we're absolutely going to have in this, and here's the IPS, but then the material terms is the actual agreement where the IPS is solidified, strengthened, but that should happen in the material terms, not in a side letter. And it should happen with the board's assistance and with its guidance and with it being knowledgeable about what's going on.
Mr. Chairman, may I address that for a moment?
Yes, sure. And then Robin, I'll see you next.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Mr. Gray.
Mr. Secretary, I understand your frustration with the process, and I have no issue with appearing more frequently and giving you updates. My issue is the IPS is very, very clear in regards to our ESG position and our ESG policy. And there is not, since I have been here, and everyone that I've reviewed by my predecessor, and which is probably at least 2-3 years worth, there has always been a side letter provision that says we have received and acknowledged and will adhere to your IPS. To then take portions of the IPS out from a legal perspective and highlight them, it sort of dilutes the rest of the IPS. If we put them in as separate side letter provisions, it says, you agreed to the IPS, but we really meant this part. That we mean this. So we can't just start pulling things out in a side letter and reiterate them all over again, or it dilutes everything else that's within it. So, I mean, at least that's been my position, and I believe it was my predecessors, and I'm not going to speak for Betsy, she's here. But we certainly, I don't want to dilute any of the documents they are already acknowledging and have in every single side letter that I've written.
Yeah.
But, sorry.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The point I was just going to make is this dates back to a much older investment when Lisa was counsel, but my understanding was if we present material terms to you guys and you approve it, if we can't achieve those material terms, then we can't go forward with the manager approval. So we really don't have a lot of flexibility in order to sort of change things. I guess that was.
So Mr. Preston, that was my point with the motion. The motion that's recommended just says recommends. It doesn't say conditioned on the successful negotiation of the following terms.
Well, yeah, this is beyond my pay grade, but would that solve the problem? Because I believe, and Mr. Gray can correct me if I'm wrong, that we treat it as if we don't achieve the material terms that are presented to you, then we don't have approval. Is that correct?
Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that, I think, would be helpful, but I don't think we have the full, we know everything about the material terms is the problem. And so if that were the case, the level of comfort would be different. So I think that's one piece of it, is what the governor's proposing, but still not even, it's not the complete list of material terms that we can feel confident voting on.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Superintendent, all I wanted to add to any of that was that I was under the understanding, and perhaps I'm just not paying attention to the details, but that when you approve a summary of material terms, you're approving that summary of material terms subject to successful negotiations. Because I don't, since I've been here, we've never come in with a solidified, we already agree, it's already signed off thing. So, I mean, I've always treated it that way. I understand that as a matter of law, we can't just rely on my representation, but I believed, I've even heard motions where it said subject to successful negotiations.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think, I mean, I don't want to be at an impasse here, but I think we have, with the advent of here's something and you got 1 week to make a decision on whether you're going to invest a bunch of stuff in this fund, and it's remarkable and it's going to be incredible, and if we don't do it, we're going to lose that opportunity. There's that side. There's still negotiations that have to happen even under those scenarios, but then there's sort of the obligation that, yeah, we're in the queue and we'll have the opportunity. And I do understand that, you know, having concomitant sorts of approve the manager and here are the material terms we will negotiate, as opposed to we have negotiated. That's a change in that I think the treasurer and others have really worked to try to take advantage so we get better returns. But I think we still have this sort of challenge about we're being expected to sign off on something that, you know, with all good faith, will be what it's represented to be, but it's still a challenge. And once you're in one of those agreements, it's very hard to get out. You got a 2-year lockup on this one, for example. So I think it speaks to maybe thinking about the process a little better. I don't want to necessarily, and others may feel differently, but from my standpoint, I'm not, I think a possible path forward is contingent on successful negotiations. But in this new scenario, I think it's also absolutely critical that we understand what those conditions are. And maybe that is the subject of an executive, you know, on a routine basis, part of our executive discussion. So, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, if I understand your new calendar for next year, where the Slib is going to meet every other month, but you have now locked in that previous month's first Thursday to potentially have this. So unlike other years where it was very difficult to do that. So whatever the committee decides, but now, if my understanding is correct, we're going to have the ability to come before you every single month on anything. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess.
And then if you have the ability to call an executive session in a short notice, because like the IDR would be a great example where we had to do that in a short order.
Right.
That is a different animal than something like this that we have more time on.
Yeah.
So whatever you choose to do, we will have more time to come in front of you to clarify or answer any of your questions.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's probably the ideal situation for me, is that we add, you know, terminology of which the governor's mentioning, but perhaps it's approving the manager and then we finalize the term at our next meeting, knowing that, you know, it's not ideal for your work, but at least that provides us the certainty that we need to have. And I also, I've had this discussion with Mr. Magagna as well about some of our board Board of Land Commissioners, that this board did used to meet monthly. And so perhaps if that is, as much as, you know, you hate to add that to everyone's schedule, but maybe that is a better option, even if they're shorter meetings, but we're meeting more regularly to address some of these issues.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Treasurer and then the Secretary.
I think we might be able to change the recommendation slightly to say what we've represented. And I hate wordsmithing on these things for a $300 million deal, you know, on the go, but so this is subject to your guys' wordsmithing, you know, if it doesn't meet your approval or would foul up the circumstances. So I would say that the treasurer recommends that the board approve, strike the, insert these material terms for inclusion in the contract for the state's investment in the Carlisle Fund. So essentially it's saying these material terms, we approve those for inclusion in the contract for the Carlisle Fund.
Mr. Treasurer, or Mr. Chairman, through you, Mr.
Yeah.
Treasurer, would you mind repeating that, please?
Yeah, okay, so after that the board approve, strike the, insert these. And so that's these material terms that are present in this summary. For inclusion in the contract for the state's investment in the Carlisle Fund. So essentially that's telling the fund, the Carlisle Fund, that, okay, these are the ones that it's essentially my way or the highway type of a situation, and that this is the fees and expenses and all of the other things here that are mandatory for the that, and I think that helps ours out for a certain point, because then we don't have to say, well, have your attorney call our attorney general so they can explain to you why this has to be included. You know, so this just locks and loads exactly how these guys say represented this particular instrument is used.
And Mr. Treasurer, would you entertain before the term approve, or after subsequent to the term approve, contingent on the successful negotiation of these material terms?
I think I'd put that on the at the end after Carlisle Fund. I'd put comma contingent with you know successful negotiations. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm struggling to see where that changes things here. Because I think we're still dealing with the crux of the issue here. So I don't know if that, because I assumed anyway, without that verbiage of that these will be included, that's what we're approving, and then those are ultimately included. So I don't know if that quite gets us to where we need to be.
Yeah, well, I think what it does is that it makes it clear that your assumption is no longer assumed, it's stated. And so it's expressly stated that these are the material terms that are going to be in the contract. And these are the material terms that are mandatory, the material terms that were identified in discussions prior, that this puts the meat on the bone, so to say.
You need a last clause saying, and subject to the further approval of the board on the final terms. You know, that's what would change the situation, is that there has to be a final approval.
So understanding that, I mean, first off, Carlisle is an incredible firm, and it's not everybody that can participate in Carlisle. And this is an incredible opportunity, understanding all of those things. But understanding the particular predicament that we're in, I'm not inclined to, but from my standpoint, not inclined to try to rework how we do these things. It's really helpful for me to understand that we have changed the sort of the idiom that we approach this with. Because, you know, to some degree, just sort of saying, here are the standard conditions that the state has to, that's sort of pro forma. We can have a checklist. So we approve the checklist, you guys negotiate, away we go. And then we have no idea what else is going on. I mean, that's, you know, we need to figure out a balance in there that gives us a better sense of what it is we're agreeing to. And it is in the purview of the treasurer's office. I think we all have to respect that, you know, we don't do education policy. We don't necessarily run elections. You know, that those are relegated to the specific offices. So I'm anxious that we find a better formula in the future. But you know, we are where we are right now, so.
Mr. Chairman, I think, I'm glad you stated that there are some lanes that we travel in.
Yeah.
And I guess through your leadership prior to this, that you instituted the investment funds committee. And essentially, you know, they have been unanimous in their support. And they have the expertise that many of us on this committee could only hope that we could even attain a partial understanding of investments to the members of that committee. And I think at some point in time, you know, we have to realize is that there are individuals that have that expertise that have already looked at these situations and have agreed moving forward. And there are, you know, some decisions this board is very capable of doing, and in some other decisions, you know, whether it's in investments or whether it's in other areas where we rely on the expertise that's been available. And that I think that the process as it is now and modified to make sure that these things are going to be in, you know, makes the negotiations, I think, easier for the staff over here to complete. But at some point in time, you know, we have to decide whether we're a state land and investment board. And from my perspective, I think we've got great value and great expertise in adding value to our state lands. But necessarily, I think that the experts that are, whether it's the staff in the treasurer's office or the IFC, that they have the experience that I think they can handle a heck of a lot of a lot of the decisions that we're making. And you know, I mean, I'm very cognizant of the analysis of the bureaucracy taking over the world as was you know, and not leaving it to the decision makers. But I think sometimes you have to, as a decision maker, you have to be comfortable with the at some point in time. And I don't know what else we could add to the oversight in my office, in the oversight of the IFC, you know, in their recommendations that would make this board comfortable with relying on them. I know we all have our different opinions on different things, and we all feel strongly, I think, on different things in the IPS. But at some point in time, we have to rely on the system and the process that's been set up with checks and balances and more checks and balances and more checks and balances. If it's another final approval that we seek, you know, in this area here, that after the final negotiations and everything else, that might be appropriate, but I would think at some point in time, we have to realize the confidential and privileged information that we deal with and not run into a situation where we're boxing ourselves in like in the Occidental situation where people don't want to deal with this just because all of our laundry is hanging out for everybody to see. So there's some things that to actually be in the business of investing, that there are some I think protocols and circumstances that we have to be cognizant of. And when we change into this process here and look at it, you have to really ask, you know, what is the value that each one of our times on this committee is adding to the whole process, and at some point in time, when does it become detractive? And I do understand that you don't like, you know, going to a situation where you don't know 100% about everything, and you're I think maybe concerned that there might be something falling through the cracks, but I think we have to be cognizant of the time that we spend on this and the value that we add to the whole process in the circumstances. So I'll leave it at that. I would think that this helps assuage some of your concerns, but I guess if you got some more concerns or different amendments that you want to contemplate, either in the motion or in the document in front of you, I'd say let's get them out on the table and try to move this thing forward.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I want to respond to one of those points. I appreciate the treasurer asking, what are some more sideboards that would make increased confidence on some of this stuff? And so I want to engage in that in good faith. One, I really believe members of the board, and I've tried to bring it through formal board actions, but also through public records requests, should be able to receive more of this information. Like when I brought that in the IPS, that we would get the proxy statements. That was to encourage confidence in this process and that it's working on the back end.
It's on our website. It's been on the website for months.
Well, I don't know why then it couldn't be in the IPS. I mean, that's, and then we had a public records request that, you know, Mr. Chairman, we had a little interruption there if we could maintain order, but Mr. Chairman, we also had a public records request that was a huge colloquy, and receiving some of the records came with these contingencies on the back end that I believe were somewhat extra statutory. You know, those sorts of things hurt the confidence, and that's what in responding to your point, that's how I think we get better. So I'm happy to meet with you on that and continue. You know, I've always had amendments. I've always had amendments on the material terms. I think maybe I doubt there's been any others in the 2 years I've been here. So I want to engage on this and continue to improve and get the balance right. I love that word balance because, you know, to me, we're way too far in turning over these authorities over it to unelected situations that we have no idea what's going on. And so I'm all about balance, but I think where you're at is totally different from where I'm at on what that balance is. But I think if we continue to engage in a dialogue, maybe we can get there and try to understand each other's positions.
Okay, so we could go on with this conversation for quite some time. My view is we have a matter before us. I'm going to recommend, if there's no objection, that Mr. Treasurer go ahead and make your motion. I would encourage you to include contingent language, and let's see if it survives or not. If there's an objection to proceeding in that way.
I don't have an objection. So the contingent language, I was thinking after the fund. You were thinking that after approval. So your language would be recommends that the board approve contingent to these material terms for inclusion in the contract for the state's investment in the Carlisle Fund. I'm not.
And I'm not sure the contract. I think you could just say contingent on. Mr. Gray.
Mr. Chairman, I believe what Mr. Treasurer's trying to say is utilizing your contingent in that respect, contingent upon continued successful negotiation, and then the remaining portion.
Yeah.
I think that might satisfy the board, and obviously, that was my understanding in the first place.
No,
is that
I
connected.
understand
Okay,
that.
well,
I just,
I'd suggest that we have our only attorney go ahead and give us the language that we can put in there. So we'll if that's all right with the rest of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the language of the amendment, or the motion before me.
Yeah.
I've got chicken scratch on there, but you'll figure it out.
What do you got, Patrick? We do already have contingent upon, in the approval of the fund, it's contingent upon successful contract negotiations. So we say the same thing in this, Mr. Chairman?
I am restating it, yeah.
Restating, okay, all right. Okay.
Because I'm talking about successful negotiations per the fact that Mr. Gray was saying that, you know, once you have the
Don't
approval.
want to have any misunderstandings here, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, as I've written it now, I'm more than willing to rewrite. The state treasurer recommends, contingent upon successful contract negotiations, the approval of the material terms of the state's investment in the Carlisle Fund. Is that sufficient, or would you like to move things around?
If
That's fine with me, yeah.
Okay.
all right, let's see if there's a second. Is there a second? Is there a second? It's been seconded by the auditor. Is there discussion?
Yeah, I've got an amendment.
Okay.
Pass this down. I made copies, try to always make copies of this.
Mr. Chairman, may I approach? I want to
Yeah.
give this back.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's very important. It's actually the exact same point that the governor was making for the last hour, and then I guess we're in a different space now, an hour later. But this is about improving the negotiating position of the board, and so it deletes the words "will" as a part of the side letter provision, and says the GP agrees that GP's assessment of sustainability factors, ... That's current language. And then it adds the GP will strictly adhere to section 3.5 of the Wyoming State Loan and Investment Board Master Investment Policy and sub-policies as it relates to environmental, social, and governance, ESG, or subsequent non-pecuniary based investment criteria by refusing to pursue any element of an ESG-based investment strategy.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam
Question.
Superintendent.
thank you. Question for staff. I think where I continue to struggle with this is we're already requiring that within our policy. Is that correct? Like they are required to adhere to it, not just to accept it, to adhere to it. Thank you.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, that takes out 2 points. One, first, we're taking out the side letter, which I don't think is a good negotiating position for the state. We negotiate in one tranche, and that includes adherence to the material terms of the agreement, which is further elucidated by this. I mean, as came out in the Board of Deposits, I mean, this ESG statement is quite weak that was approved, and I will continue to maintain that. It's a step in the right direction, but this makes it very clear, and I think is important. So that's why.
Thank you. I've got Robin, Mr. Treasurer, if that's okay. He wanted to respond a little bit earlier, and then.
So my job is simply to try to identify the investments with the highest risk-adjusted return. But I was wondering, you know, if you look on the first paragraph on page 14, Carlisle does kind of have some language which, you know, I think is pretty good for what we're looking for.
And Mr. Chairman, that's why I'm really struggling with, every time I bring this amendment, they say, well, it's already here. Then what's the problem with the amendment? There's none.
I'll tell you.
Mr. Treasurer.
I'll tell you. The problem with the amendment is that it doesn't say what 3.5 says. you add in refusing to pursue any element of an ESG-based investment strategy. Now, that is subjective because I don't know what you're saying. There's no definition of what that could be. So I think what you're saying is that if you fund solar panels with another party that's giving you money to fund solar panels, that you can't invest in a coal-fired power plant. Is that what you're saying?
Mr. Chairman, it is saying exactly what I've been told we did with the ISP strategy amendment, which I think we did not do, which is, it does make it clear.
I'd like an answer to that. I'd like an answer to that.
What is the scenario?
The scenario is this, because it's subjective and it's not defined. I want you to tell me whether this is your definition, that if we invest with the fund that takes somebody else's money, say from some European investor, to build solar panels in the United States or in Africa, that precludes us from investing in a coal-fired power plant in the United States.
Mr. Chairman, no. What I'm saying is that coal, in terms of your premise, what I'm saying is that you wouldn't be able to say that a coal-fired power plant, that we're going to compare it to nuclear weapons or chemical weapons, as was done in a contract before this board a year ago. That's ESG, is comparing a coal extraction to pornography, to chemical weapons, to nuclear weapons. That's ESG, and that's all we're asking them to refuse to do. Or in the concept of Carlisle, to say that they're going to lease the industrial portion of their portfolio to underwater basket weaving companies, because they're going to give an extra advantage to that and maybe score more points if they're owned by certain racial groups that they view as ones that they're going to score extra groups on, undermining the whole tradition of our country in terms of equal opportunity. That's what we're stopping with by saying that they're going to refuse to pursue
that subjectivity
an ESG
is
strategy.
Exactly why I vote against it.
Right, and Mr. Chairman,
and I appreciate this. I think if people don't perform, to Mr. Preston's point, they don't survive in our portfolio. And that I also think that the points that the Secretary is making are good ones. But Mr. Gray, I wanted to ask you, in negotiating with an outfit like Carlisle, certainly we're not the only investor in that fund. And so, what role does a side letter play?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy you asked that question, because it seems as though there's some misunderstanding about what documents we're going to present. An LPA, the limited partnership agreement, is what everyone is getting, and every one of these funds we're presenting, it's either an LPA or an IMA, is something of that nature that is across the board. This is our position. This is what we do. This is why you want to invest, and this is what we're going to promise you. The side letter provisions and the private placement memorandums are necessary in every situation, specifically because we can't ask them to amend their LPA to include indemnity provisions against the state of Wyoming. Things that are specific to us. The side letter are things that are specific to our needs and wants, mostly needs. Now, having addressed that, my issue with pulling something out where we put in the side letter, you have acknowledged receipt, you have read, you've comprehended, and you're going to adhere to our IPS, and then pulling out specific sections only causes them to believe, they don't believe in the whole IPS, just this part. And what's more, not to be the lawyer in the room, but this language here, or subsequent non-pecuniary based investment criteria, by refusing to pursue any element of ESG-based investment strategy. Now, in this situation, in this scenario, we're investing in Carlisle, which has a huge stake in the manufactured housing industry. If you utilize this language, this essentially says Carlisle and the manufacturer cannot take advantage of tax credits for energy efficient windows. They can't take advantage of tax credits for putting solar panels on top of these because no one has defined non-pecuniary based. It may be pecuniary based because I might be inclined to pay more for efficient windows, but that's not defined. And lawyers exist solely to argue that kind of thing. And that's why I don't think it's a wise move when we just get them to admit to our ESG policy in the IPS.
Mr. Preston, just, I know you were, and then I'll recognize the secretary.
I'm probably going to make the situation worse, but the language that Carlyle sends out to all the investors in this fund, part of it is, while Carlyle may consider sustainability factors when making an investment decision, prospective investors should note that the fund does not pursue an ESG-based investment strategy or limit its investments to those that meet a specific SFDR criteria or standard. Any reference herein to ESG or responsible investments is not intended to qualify Carlyle's duty to maximize risk-adjusted returns. So this is what they send out to all their investors.
And Mr. Chairman, but that's not a contract. The material terms are a contract. So, you know, that's been my whole point. The side letter is a side letter. It's not, you know, the contract is where you want to put these provisions, which is what the material terms are. And so I'm fascinated by Mr. Gray's point on pecuniary, because I know he wasn't here during that time, but pecuniary was the word that we were told over and over again that we were going to use in the IPS. It says pecuniary. That's the word that we consciously decided to go with. And so we use that
from Florida.
And we use that in our amendment. The section here in Treasurer Meyer's statement elucidated. I mean, he said the point I've been trying to make here for a year and a half. He basically conceded it. Is he said, look, the part he doesn't like is the refuse to pursue any element of an ESG-based strategy. That's the part that, frankly, the IPS is pretty vague on. And I tried to strengthen it. I think the lawyers in the room consciously kind of made it vague. And that's the point that I think needs to be clear. And that's what we try to bring out in this amendment. And I appreciate that, you know, a year and a half in, I think we're actually coming to a conclusion of where we all are differently on this thing. We truly are, I think, in this meeting over the last 2 hours. We've made a lot of headway in understanding each other's position, or at least acknowledging. I think we all understood it for 2 years, but I think we've actually acknowledged it in a public forum, which is useful, I think, in terms of, but.
And I want to keep this to the motion that is on, and I appreciate the opportunity to expound on your views, and I think others have too, and I think that's been, you know, instructive, I think, hopeful, but I'm anxious now to sort of see if we can come to, you know, a final vote on this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to wrap up then, I think this amendment's very important. As was said earlier, we need to make it clear that they're going to refuse to pursue any element of an ESG-based investment strategy. That's what this is really effectuating. And on top of bringing it into the contract, not having this side letter, which I think is an awful negotiating position, an awful way to do business.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
well,
So I've got to ask for a second.
A second, yeah.
Yeah, is there a second for the Secretary's motion? Is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Secretary, thank you. That motion fails.
And Mr. Chairman, I did not concede anything to Secretary Gray.
Right, well, yeah. So we're back on the main motion. We'll have
As
some
amended.
discussion, but I think we have fully exercised the topic, so.
As amended. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman? I would say that the treasurer recommends that the board approve contingent to successful contract negotiations, the material terms of the state's investment in the Carlisle Fund. Did I repronounce it? Okay, all right, that's
Okay. So that is the motion that is before us. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. I'll do it by roll call. Mr. Treasurer,
Yes, aye.
Madam Auditor,
Aye.
Mr. Secretary,
No.
Madam Superintendent. No. And I am an aye. That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everyone's discussion. One comment just for the listeners on this. When we're talking about some of these things that are unclear, it sounds a little bit like there's, we're not trying to obfuscate anything and not make anything clear. And just to remind everyone that we have been voted the #1 most transparent fund in the U.S. and #4 in the world. So we go above and beyond to make sure everyone has a clear understanding of what we're doing. So I just wanted to highlight with the treasurer that there's no miscommunication in how we're trying to do this. We're striving to be very open and prepare for anything that anyone wants to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just so everybody knows that we have, all of our proxy votes are basically on our website, that we are in contract negotiations with the most conservative proxy manager, I think, in the world, is what I would say. And so that proxy thing, I think that thing should be put to bed, and all you have to do is find out how we voted. And we went through literally thousands of proxy votes and made a determination about who we're going to have vote through the ISS platform. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have one question on the proxies. Is that?
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How far back does that proxy analysis go on the website?
The proxy is just the votes. If you want to talk about that analysis, Norm LeBlanc did the analysis. And basically, he had two different analysis. There's over 8,000 votes that went into the last proxy voting season when we began voting, and we'll be spinning up the other proxy voting program probably. Well, it'll be before the next proxy voting season.
Mr. Chairman, would it be a huge burden for you guys to email that to us when you post it on the website? To the board?
We're trying to get away from we've got a lot of people that ask us for the same reports as already on the website. I think that if you want the links and how to walk through to get it, I think Norm can probably do that, and you'd be able to pull that down if you wanted to email it to anybody.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How far does it go back?
I think we started voting last spring, sometime in February or March. I think we missed the very, very early part of it,
And Mr. Chairman, it's every single vote. There's no parsing. Every single vote.
Every vote that was voted. There's a very robust reporting system through ISS, and we'll have that same reporting system available to us. There's some votes there that ISS voted that wouldn't have voted the way that we necessarily would have wanted. This other proxy voting platform will be more in line, I think, with our values. And Norm can walk through that difference between how we were voting last year and how we'll be voting next year and what those are.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, we do have public comment, but is there something else that?
Mr. Chairman, that's everything on your agenda for
All
today.
right. So please, and you've been incredibly patient.
Thank you for giving me just a few minutes of your time. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board of State Lands and Investment. My name is Sarah Cavallero, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director of Teton Youth and Family Services. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about an important matter that directly relates to some of Wyoming's most vulnerable youth, and I promise not to take more than 5 minutes. On November 7th, my board chair, Clay Geitman, and I traveled to Cheyenne after noticing The ARPA grants were listed in the report section of the agenda. While we didn't have a chance to formally discuss the unused ARPA funds, our additional grant requests during that meeting, we connected informally with some of you and sent some follow-up emails. Today, I'm here to follow up on the visit and provide some additional context. In August, after learning that certain projects were no longer able to utilize their ARPA funds and that ARPA funds would be recaptured, we submitted a proposal asking that these funds be reallocated to complete critical facility safety improvements at Red Top Meadows, our residential treatment center for boys. Thanks to ARPA funding, we did complete a $5 million project in safety upgrades. We received $3 million from the state and had $2 million in voter-approved SBC tax funds to do that. We completed the project on time and under budget and are fully operational, serving Wyoming's constituents. We're now midway through our Red Top Meadows project. The original building was built in 1972 and the facility hadn't been renovated in over 4 decades, and it really just didn't meet today's safety standards for serving the kids that we were serving. We did not include this project in our original ARPA request because it wasn't shovel ready. However, we have since raised $6 million of the $10.5 million needed for the project costs through Teton County private donations and community support. I'm here requesting $4.5 million in state support, and here's why. Red Top serves Wyoming boys who need significant intervention. Nearly every single one of our residents is in the custody of the Department of Family Services and are court-ordered to participate in our programs. Without us, these boys would face placement at the Wyoming Boys School or out-of-state facilities, both at a significantly higher cost. I did an avoidance study cost 2 years ago and estimated our programs alone eliminate $5 million in higher cost investments later down the road when the kids are having further troubles. Although TYFS is based in Teton County, the youth we serve come from across Wyoming. Currently at Red Top, we have no kids from Teton County. They are all from the state of Wyoming. In August, we learned from the state that unused ARPA funds would be returned due to the inability of some grant recipients to commit to the funds. And understanding Wyoming's commitment to supporting its most vulnerable youth, we acted quickly to submit a request. For over 48 years, TYFS has been a partner to the state of Wyoming to meet the evolving needs of kids and families in our state. The story of Ethan exemplifies why our partnership is so essential and important to the citizens of Wyoming. Ethan was a boy that was court-ordered to Red Top Meadows, and at age 16, after spending a year in juvenile detention at the boys' school for bringing weapons to school and threatening a classmate, he came to us. By the time he had arrived, he had lived a lifetime of instability. At the age 2, he was taken from his family, who the parents could no longer take care of him, and entered the foster care system. Ethan was obviously bitter, distrustful, and resistant when he arrived with us, but over time he began to form connections with his staff and peers. Through intensive therapy, wilderness programming, academic support, Ethan caught up academically, but despite being 2 grade levels behind. When Ethan transitioned to the Van Vleck group home, he continued to grow, gaining independence, preparing for adulthood. He graduated high school, secured a job as a mechanics assistant, and enrolled in college. Though he faced a lot of setbacks, such as being denied on-campus housing due to his past offenses, our staff stood by him, helping develop a new plan. Ethan enrolled in WyoTech in Laramie, and Wyoming, the state of Wyoming, helped him through ARPA funding, through helping him with some tuition and education expenses. Today, Ethan is a graduate of WyoTech and is employed as a mechanic in Rock Springs. He has reconnected with his family and built a support system to help him navigate his life's challenges. Last Christmas, Ethan came back to Teton County and back to the group home for Christmas Day. He spent it with us and his staff, and I'm looking forward to seeing him again this Christmas. It makes me well up when I think about it. Ethan's story is one of resilience and transformation, and a testament of what we can achieve as a state and local communities coming together. I thank you very much for your time and thoughtful consideration of our request. On behalf of Teton Youth and Family Services, I respectfully ask, is there another way that the state might partner with us to help us ensure the completion of this critical project? I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions? Would suggest that perhaps if there are MRG funds that are available, you could submit an application for that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for waiting through.
Yeah, no, thank you for your time.
Interim Director, anything else to come before us?
Mr. Chairman, that's it.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Been moved. Is there a second? And been seconded by the treasurer. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Oh, but sorry, you're an aye. There you are.